What is up, dudes, and welcome back to Disco Elysium as I adjust my mic arm a little bit here. Hopefully everybody is doing well. Welcome back. Last time we left off, we discovered a bear-shaped fridge in the basement of the bookstore after we culled and quelled the evil spirits and cleansed the basement of its evil aura. We stuffed a dead body in there. And my mic is hanging really weird. How did Yakiya shop in West Bear Fridge, preferably with body to examine and steal shoes from? But yeah, it's been a ride so far. I've been really having a great time with this game and the narrative twists and turns that it's taken us on, especially considering that there is still quite a bit of video game ahead of us. We also discovered that the Hardy Boys, a local gang of vigilantes, has had a hand in the hanging of our mercenary friend, and but possibly not with the actual cause of death. So my guess is that they likely found the body somewhere and sort of wanted to use it as an example for the negotiations between the dock workers and Wild Pines, I think they were called. So that's basically where we left off. I still have a few things that I wanted to do, primarily getting enough funding to fund another day. And I'm pretty excited for it. Miss Wexford and Pure Wexford. How's it going? Loin, how's it going? Hopefully everybody's doing well. Let's continue. It reminds me though, all right, we were scouring the apartments for an individual named Martin Mayonnaise, in order to get some answers about maybe who found what over here. Yes! Got enough cash to last me another day. Don't have to worry about that for a while. It was complete silence. Whoever lives here isn't home. Oh, that's the old man's viewing booth.
This door is made of metal and appears to be reinforced. Someone here really values their security. Number 28. This is where the cleaning lady said the smoker on the balcony lives.
Let's see if anyone's home. Knock on the door.
No one answers.
Looks like the young man we are looking for isn't home. I think our best chance to catch him is in the evening. We should return tomorrow after we have finished with our day's work. How about 9 p.m.? Sound good? Tomorrow, 9 p.m., right here. Apartment number 28. Good, let's go.
Remember, tomorrow. He's probably gone for today.
Or he just locked himself in the bathroom and is now crying in fetal position about the big scary RCM dudes that won't leave him alone. Okay, with that said though, what is still on the list? Find Morel. And who put the clothes in the trash? We still haven't figured that one out. Sent the victim's body to processing. Who made the call reporting the crime? Let's see. Might get some more information on the vigilantes from Race Theory Dude. Oh, Kim is vibrating. Man, the theme here sounds so much. I just noticed that there's a penis on the door. I blame Kuno for that one.
This is a wall on the side of an apartment building.
Why am I looking at this wall?
You have no clue. It's just a wall.
Oh, that was so close. That was like one off. Come on.
So many walls all over Martinez, weather-worn, cracked, their paint peeling.
Let's try this again. I want to see if we can luck out.
An ordinary wall. Nothing to see here. Yeah.
Ah!
Why must we stop to look at...
That is too bad. So I'm starting to kind of figure out how these skill checks work. It's basically everything is decided by 2d6. So in that sense, it's kind of like Powered by the Apocalypse, where you have a threshold that you have to make. But rather than doing like, oh, on a 7 to 9 you succeed, on a 10+ you succeed exceptionally well, they do, you have to hit a 14 here in order to succeed at the roll. And the different skills dictate how the bonuses work with that. What is that on the ground? Can I pick that up? Looks like something I can pick up. I forgot I got the sick glasses. I got a little bag. Wait, didn't something say equip this to collect tear from the street? Yo. I'm gonna clean these streets. If I walk over these bottles. Oh, wait, and you can sell those, I guess? Let's talk to the shop clerk. Wait, you're? Let's get some more trash.
Welcome to Rivachol.
Don't you welcome to Revachol me. My grandfather came here from a 3,000-year-old racist isolationist culture, while your ancestors came to this island a mere 300 years ago.
Damn, Kim. He's had enough of Measurehead's lectures in order to
Every school of
now
thought
he's just
and
kind of
government has
done
failed
with
the
everyone.
city, but I love it nonetheless. It belongs to me as much as it belongs to you.
What's happening? You sound
It's men
angry.
like you who keep Revachol divided, making it that much harder for everyone to climb out of this post-war limbo.
So we are in a
Come
limbo.
on, man. I just said welcome to Rivachol. It's a lorry driver thing.
I know exactly what you meant. You think my kind doesn't belong here, that I should watch myself and behave. But you see, I'm an officer of the RCM. It's actually my job to make sure
He is taking that welcome very
I would advise you
personal.
to remember that.
Silence. The air between them becomes tense. Your partner needs backup. Now's your moment to shine.
I've got your back. Give the lieutenant a punch on the shoulders.
You two make a cute couple. You know that.
The lieutenant exhales and resumes his regular calmness.
Now that that's settled, we have a couple of questions.
Whatever you say, officers.
You could ask him to show you the soles of his boots. He definitely looks like someone capable of a lynching. Maybe he was present.
I found this mug in the trash. The fucking mug.
Oh man, that's great. Look at that guy go. Haven't seen anything that funny in a while.
Is it yours?
God, man. Thanks for that, but no, it's not mine.
What are you hauling?
Not much anymore. I'm here to pick up some cargo, but the dock workers are on strike, so it's a sit and wait on your ass situation.
How long has this been going
The
on
strike?
then?
Oh, they've been at it for a while. A month, 2 months maybe. But this here is just the last week or so.
Last week, you say? So I assume that the strikes had been going on for 2 months. That this particular demonstration has been, or this particular protest has been going on for 2 months. But this has been a week, which means that this coincides with the time that the actual time of the murder, which was also a week ago.
Apples?
Apples?
Yeah, apples. I take it you had other questions?
He's given you the runaround. Let's be honest, you were bested.
Been admiring the stompers, huh? Sure thing. Check them out.
On the bottom of the man's boots, you see an intricate tangle of treads with no immediately discernible pattern. The wind howls over the Bay of Revachol, a cascade of cold air flowing through the city streets. Those same streets have left their share of scuff marks on the underside of your green snakeskin shoes. The man bites his lip and drops the near-finished cigarette lingering between his fingers. He reaches for a new one.
It's about biological determinism, natural law, the sorting of the races.
Oh, don't you give me this shit as well.
Not the most popular topic nowadays, with a coalition in charge and all. You might want to change the topic. That is, bury your head under the sand like common sheep.
Change the topic. The way he says it makes it almost sound like a threat.
Oh, so you're just racist. Makes sense.
I'm not just racist. Look, I've read books. Huh? The science of racial theory has all been proved, even if some people don't want to accept it. People who've studied these things say that you and me are superior by design. So, naturally, we Occidentals should be in charge. Obviously, you can see the merits in that. Oh?
Yeah, let's tell him to go fuck
Don't
himself.
push your luck, runt.
Oh, you gonna try to fight with a police officer? I have a crowbar and a bag full of bottles. What you gonna do, buddy? It's not the guy we're looking for, though. Hello? Cursor. There you go.
Is this about the questions again?
So what do I do with the...
The tear machine stands in the corner.
Oh.
Your bottles clunk into the machine.
Oh, that is neat. Hey, Steve, how's it going, dude? I've been meaning to talk to this guy for a while now.
So, how'd you like our harbor? It's but a rest area on the path leading across open plains.
Watching the weirdest shenanigans happen in the market right in front of me, like in the actual market? Are you like in a... Is there a food fight taking place in the market? If so, make haste for the tomato stand. Oh, stock market. Well, you can't throw stocks at someone. Tomatoes are much more fun.
Right. You talk to the boss, eye to eye, like men of the plain. If you have any more questions, I'm set to talk.
Oh, right.
The little boy had the good on his promise.
His
To
promise?
get me into trouble. To sick the pigs on me. Pardon the choice of words. Not mine.
That sounds like Kuno.
What happened?
I was asked to look into that armor situation. Official Union probe, you know. Track it down, see who took it.
Did you?
At first I thought, why not? Maybe the pieces can feed the strike. Buy us a few more days under the sun, you know? So I went to this boy. He said he'll make me his prison bitch. He's got eyes everywhere, the cops in his pocket, and he's the king of Jamrock.
Hey, D-Rap, how's it going?
Serves me right for doing menial footwork. I dropped that probe right then and there, and it still got me into trouble. One bad move is all it takes. I
What did you
learned that
learn?
People don't want to talk to a drunk Union man about some armor.
What else?
Not much. Technical stuff mostly. I did some research into this armadura. Let's say I have friends at the library. I didn't get into the material science, just how it comes off.
Hey, Red Clown Car. Thank you so much for the raid. And welcome on in, everybody. My name is Gil. We're playing some Disco Elysium. I'm just trying to figure out our next step in the process. And how are you doing, dude? How was the rest of your stream? And what were you up to? And Trom, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it.
How does it come off?
In parts. 4 in total. The helmet was the first to go. The kid says he tore it off and kicked it into the sea. I believe him. The boots were still on.
Okay, so we're looking for the we're looking for the arms and the chest piece. Was lurking sick yesterday and had a real good time listening to you take pass. I didn't. Hey, thank you so much for checking us out, man. Really appreciate it, and for rating us up. Hopefully you're doing better now.
So, as I count, there are 2 parts missing. The gauntlets and the cuirass. This is where I left off. Too much hassle. More like a job for some militia.
Mostly recovered? That's good to hear. Hey, Martian, how's it going, dude? What about the leggings? Yeah, like the leg pieces.
Oh, they're just gone. They don't exist anymore, if they ever did at all. Forget about them.
Sure. I looked at the time today, and normally I start around like 3 p.m. And I looked at the time and it was like 2:30, and I was like, I'm forgetting something. And I went like, oh shit, it's Wednesday. I'm supposed to stream today. And Manila PC Gaming, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. We're at least
all of it? There are junior officers out there eager to prove themselves. I would leave some for them, but okay. Let's find all of it.
Hey, Adrian, how's it going, dude?
And Mesqui's epic day, all across Martinez. I hope it will be a real bonanza for you.
Thank you
No
for the
problem.
cooperation.
If you see that kid, thank him from Call Me Mañana. Thank him for showing me the way.
He is sincerely grateful he is not tracking down pieces of armor right now.
The mercenary, eh? Who could have killed him? That's indeed the question. Why even do such a thing?
The harbor is a prime area of suspicion. In your opinion, are the dock workers involved in the killing?
What a thought. Why would noble workers resort to such a thing?
Yeah.
Unless they were pushed, of course.
Of islets, though. A Metroidvania from last year that feels like a little bit inspired by Hollow Knight Celeste and Toho Luna Nights. Oh. Is that... That sounds like something that might be up my alley. Let me take a look. Is it on Steam? The art style of this reminds me a little bit of the Root game. Don't know if you've ever I don't know if you've ever seen Root, the board game, or the RPG, or the video game, for that matter.
Your dead guy was an enemy combatant.
What does that
He
mean?
was an agent of the opposition, attempting to undermine our honorable efforts.
Still in debate on the honorable bit, but this does put a target towards Wild Pines.
I ain't the murdering type, but that's just me. Large organizations like our union have all sorts of men, with all sorts of skills.
He means a more violent faction could easily take care of such a thing.
Understood. This has been of limited use. Still, thank you.
No problem. I wish the best to you in your search. Should I?
This does point a solid marker. Wait, what part did he lie about? Oh no, we gotta talk to Kuno. Wait, there was a roof area? Hang on, I gotta check this out. I didn't realize there was a roofing area. Let's see. Does this lead? This leads outside though. Love the muffled sounds. Need to figure out how to get on the roof at some point. I'm just generally really a big fan of the soundtrack of this game.
Fuck does Kuno care?
Talk to Manana about the armor.
So?
You should thank him.
What? Don't be playing Kuno off as a snitch bitch. The oldest trick in the book, people.
Are you snitching, Kuno?
This is some ancient bullshit, people. Kuno would rather take 10 than snitch. Pig's full of shit. Get the fuck out of here.
You found a real nice button to push. Turned the tables on him. You're a little bit closer now to understanding this kid. He's on your crime scene, bossing you around. And he's been here for some time too. This is where he hangs out. You have to get more out of him. He could be useful.
Fuck no. What are you? Fucking mentally handicapped?
Kuno, they've almost made you a snitch now.
Ease off, see? Kuno always takes the bullet over the hammer.
The skill points into empathy. It is a good bonus. It is a good bonus, considering that we get a +6 for this if I invest a skill point in it. Should we? I think we should, chat. We need to debunk the cryptid that is Kuno. I am quite curious.
Kuno doesn't fucking care.
I want to see what happens if I break him, though.
Fuck does Kuno care?
What's going on?
What?
Is an ungovernable youth on your crime scene, throwing around incendiary language.
Fuck no.
Kuno, they've almost made...
Ease off, see?
Why
Kuno
would I
always
roll a
takes the
3
bullet over
there?
the hammer. Kuno doesn't fucking care.
Why roll a 3? Why? Oh wait, that goes a lot further than I thought it would. Hang on. It's just too smart for you, Giga Brain Kuno. Embrace the safe scum. I decided that I'm not gonna safe scum in this game. The story will take us where the story will take us. I feel like if I save scum this, then roles will be immediately obsolete. And hey, Livlin, how's it going? Didn't even notice this.
Yes?
No. What did I get? Sick. Hell of an outfit, though. Look at that. Harry Dubois, ready to solve some goddamn murders. What bonuses does it give, actually? I didn't even check. Harry Dubois. We need to figure out how to crack Joy's, though, because it is quite telling that the mercenary is likely hired by...
Back. Good. What can I help you with? Not an umbrella, I hope. I don't need one myself, you see.
All around you, rain keeps falling down. On the wooden boards she's standing on, and on the water around you.
Of course.
Tell me about this
It's
alleged
quite
drug trafficking.
straightforward. Someone is using Terminal B to smuggle raw ingredients from the Samar and Isola into Revachol with the Union's blessing. Wild Pines has suspected it for years.
Ingredients for what, ma'am?
Meth and dextroamphetamine, GBL, and various synthetic psychedelics. Honestly, it might be quicker to say what you can't make from the stuff.
Let me get this straight. The materials come from Samara to Revachol through the
Yes.
terminal?
After they clear the terminal, we lose track. The actual production is taking place at various sites in and around Jamrock Quarter, north of here.
Wild Pine seems to be well apprised of the local drug trade, ma'am. Do you mean to say the Union also produces the product? Sells drugs, I mean?
And they're Breaking Bad all over again. Oh, man. This just means that I have to start practicing my Jesse voice.
We're in logistics. It's our business to know. And no. As far as the company knows, the Union does not produce it. They transport the ingredients for a cut.
I recently was watching Kingsglaive, the Final Fantasy 15 movie with Gypsy, and I realized that I never watched the English dub of that, and I realized that it was the actor playing Jesse in Breaking Bad that was voicing the main character. I I was just having a howl like every other sentence. My brain just went added a bitch at the end of the sentence. It was beautiful. You struggled to watch that? I still think it's one of the best like Final Fantasy movies out there. It's not fantastic, and the animation is really good though.
Yes, but you won't get anything out of Evrat and the Dockworkers Union. Still, every chain has its weak link.
What do you mean? I'm going to need bolt
Someone
cutters for
needs
this.
to move the ingredients from the harbour into the city. Once they reach Jamrock, they're distributed to a network of local manufacturers, well beyond our grasp. But in transit, they are vulnerable.
And we happen to have a traffic jam on our hands. I see where you're going with this game.
Perhaps you've noticed that a number of lorries are tangled in a traffic jam at the roundabout just now. Interview the drivers who are still hanging about. One of them might be waiting for a crucial shipment.
What was the other one called again? Final Fantasy Unlimited, I think. Yeah, that's the one. Still wonder what the idea was behind that show. I watched like half of it and it went nowhere.
I'll be explicit. If you find this driver, I will share company secrets with you.
That is a tough call. Do we look for the badge or do we... What are the options? What, didn't you come to the RCM earlier? It's no coincidence the lorries are stranded here. Well, this one is easy to answer, to get some leverage. But what proof do you have that the Union is involved?
How do you think they're financing this strike? There are thousands of unpaid dock workers going strong for the 4th month straight.
There was a shakedown of local businesses preceding the strike. Many were squeezed to bankruptcy to fund it.
With all due respect to these desert cacti, the contents of a few cash registers cannot provide for 2,000 men. The local businesses can scarcely provide for themselves.
So you think the strike is being funded with source ingredients for drugs?
Precisely. Smuggled out of that very gate at night,
My
most likely.
favorite.
Then loaded onto lorries and driven to Jamrock. You simply need to find one driver who will open up to you.
It sounds like she tried looking into it herself, though she's clearly not the type your typical lorryman would confide in.
No. We asked East Motor Track to raise the drawbridge. The road company is a partner of one of our subsidiaries. However, this is a limited time opportunity. Once the complaint has been processed by the Trade Committee, they'll have no choice but to lower the drawbridge, and the operation will continue.
What did you get, Loin?
Thousands of litres of raw ingredients will pour onto the streets of Revachol. Not the east across the river, but the west. The vulnerable, the weary.
Well, at least this solves one mystery.
What is that, Lieutenant?
Why I had to call East Motor Track and beg them to open a drawbridge for me. I'd wondered since I first drove in, on my motor carriage.
I am sorry for the inconvenience, Lieutenant Kisaragi, but we need them trapped here. This is a unique opportunity. I'm sure you understand. We did. On more than one occasion. Apparently, there's some sort of inter-precinct disagreement about whose jurisdiction this area falls under.
And just some stronger looking, more comfy ergonomic thing. I've been looking for one of those, you know, those super comfy, like fake leather chairs that you really sink into. I've been looking for one of those, but those are really difficult to find. Right now I have one of those very cheap DX Racer knockoffs. and it's not the greatest. Like, the pump has been busted since about 2 months that I got it.
We know the company has launched its own probe into the union's alleged involvement. We also know it's come up empty. It's not just the RCN. No one's been able to find any hard evidence.
But I've been looking for something a bit more comfortable and a bit softer to sit in for longer periods of time.
Well, here's your chance, officers.
We already have some suspicions that one of the drivers was present at the lynching.
Two might even be...
Or not. Though, if you have evidence to the contrary, I'm eager to hear it.
I really like how Joyce is constantly doing that carrot on a stick methodology of negotiating. It's a very quid pro quo dynamic. Like, every bit of information we have to give something back that she can use as ammunition against the Union.
As eager as I am to share it, Lieutenant, once the job is done. Yes?
Probe the drivers, see what it yields.
According to my reports, there are at least 3 lorry drivers lingering near the roundabout. Hopefully one of them will know something. It may come to nothing, or it may just blow the case wide open. I can keep the drawbridge up for a few more days at least. You should have the time you need. In the meantime, let me know if there's any other way I may be of assistance.
I'm genuinely curious to see what events are timed in this. Yeah. Bottle them up, the boy. Harry the bottle. Oh, I missed a can. I was talking to Wexford about this as well, but if you guys like this game a lot, then you should really check out Planescape Torment, especially if you're kind of into CRPGs.
Is facing south. The instruction manual says to insert 25 centimes. Your money disappears into the coin slot. A clunk. The ring of metal.
Pull the handle and look
curtains
inside.
On the display open. You lean in to catch the view. It's blurry. Different blues and greens. In the middle of the shimmer stands a drab grey shape, like a ghost.
I will say, though, Planescape Torment has one massive downside in that you are going to have, especially first time around, you're going to have moments in the game where it feels like nothing is happening throughout a couple of hours. And then there's going to be sessions where you sit down with a game for an hour or something like that and make more progress than you have in the past 3 sessions.
The lenses shift. The ghost sharpens into an islet in the bay. In the ruins, a man-made structure is visible. A half-sunken sea fort. Its concrete almost reconquered by nature. It looks as if it was abandoned quite some time ago. Nothing but a rotten tooth remains of the anti-aircraft tower. A lonely birch tree grows out of it. Its leaves ripped from it by the winter wind. The little brave birch tree seems to wave back in the wind.
Really? I don't have the eyesight to make it out.
No, I am finding lots of interactables that I couldn't before. And I'm getting a crap load of money. Finding a plastic bag has been a saving grace. To at least give me some extra pocket change to interact with things that cost like a little bit of money. Because before I felt like I really needed to save up every penny that I got. And now I can just go to the store and dunk some bottles in there. Let's see. Mr. Sportswear.
Still here. Stuck in this damn jam, my man.
You seem like a man who knows about drugs.
Ah, man. Me and narcotics go way back. Had some good times surfing the psychic waves of my own consciousness, you know? But those days are behind me. There are other addictions in my life now. Why the inquiry, my man?
Just be straight with him.
Do you finance those other addictions with trafficking? Trying to figure out who's smuggling drugs out of Terminal B.
We have a credible lead, sir. Someone on this roundabout is waiting for a bulk shipment from the harbor to load it on their lorry and drive it to Jamrock.
That is really straightforward.
Not me, man. No way. I don't need any trouble. Shit's bad enough anyway. This jam's got folks up in arms, and I'm afraid it's headed toward a conflagration. Look, man, I try to stay away from the criminal underbelly of Revachol. I'm a guest here. You really need to find another man to probe with those questions.
Oh, I'm gonna do some probing, alright?
It's not a lie. It's something else. Impossible to say what at this point, but there's something in him. Some trepidation.
There's a pigeon joining me for the stream outside of the window. It's really cool. We have a family of pigeons kind of perching right outside the window here, and they've been returning like maybe every other year. It's always kind of I kind of find it fascinating to see like, oh, there's like new pigeons in the group now.
In the traffic jam. This big, heavy Grad-made machine is well kept for such an old machine.
I still got to do Icewind and Planescape as well. Did a big Neverwinter Nights 1 and 2 playthrough a few years back. Both Pillars of Eternity. I still need to get into Pillars of Eternity.
The windows are clear. They've been recently washed. You can see a lorryman's cabin with personal belongings, stickers, insignia.
What kind of stickers and insignia?
The driver has adorned his space with a substantial collection of peculiar paraphernalia. Proclamations about honor, strength, and purity are glued to various panels.
Oops.
The back end of the cabin has a small perch to sleep, large ashtrays. There are several suns and wheels sewn into the curtains.
Racist nationalist paraphernalia. Not unusual in this part of town. This is our guy.
You think this lorry belongs to our tough guy?
Likely, yes. This guy's proud of who he is. Drapes it all over his machine.
He seems like a dude that would do that.
He was acting tough before. This probably scared him a bit. Who knows when it will come in handy? A slightly scared, racist lorryman.
To use him as a meat shield. Oh, what if we can get the slightly racist lorryman to interact with the big racist muscle man? That'll be a conversation for the ages that will go on for ages.
The woman still has her eyes fixed.
If you want her attention, you may need to be more forceful.
Where am I? Who are you?
The smile on her face has disappeared, replaced by the wary aspect of a cornered beast.
Hey, Kelvin, how's it going?
Never mind. I remember now. I'm still stuck in that traffic jam in the 50s.
Wait, what's so bad about the
Men
50s?
have small jaws and everything is made out of plastic. Why do you need plastic when you can make the world out of amber?
It those two talking and distracted. That would be something, alright. Where else would you be then?
Back in Methka, during the time of the revolution. The sidewalks and cafes are filled with the young people. I was on my way to see a new Boyadero picture starring Gabriel Buendero. Until you came along, that is. This is Gabriel Buendero.
Hey, Gypsy, how's it going? How was work?
A strikingly handsome man looks straight at you, his head crowned with a wide brim hat. His hair is dark as an oil slick, and his jaw the most perfectly chiseled thing you've ever seen.
Hey, Flame.
This man's got a hold over her, even 50 years later. You can feel it.
He was the biggest star of his day. Girls used to faint in the aisles of cinema whenever he came on the screen. And schoolboys used to memorize all his lines.
You were a mess when you were young?
Someone was.
Someone are these not
They
your
are
memories?
someone's memories, boy. What difference does it make if it's me or not? They're beautiful. That is all that matters. Beautiful and true. And they will win. They're coming for this, you know? All of this.
She seems to derive some bitter pleasure from this strange thought, as if the past will one day wipe the present away, like a tidal wave approaching.
I wasn't dreaming. I was there, Loman. It was early spring, and the man behind the black sun had just come out. The posters were 20 meters tall. Everything was golden. While you were tearing each other apart over your petty little revolutions, the golden age.
Loin, thank you so much for gifting us up to Flame Haze. Really freaking appreciate it, dude. Can I get some Kevin Sir Richards in chat, please? And also, if you all want to see some VR shenanigans and some Beat Sabering, please do go follow up Flame Haze. Was an old friend of the channel who last year started his own stream.
Why not, Harife? It's not like I have anything better to do in this hellhole.
There's something off about this woman. Tell her to show you the soles of her boots. Maybe she was at the hanging somehow.
Now what do you want with an old woman's boots, Sheriff?
Help me out here, it's
Please.
important.
I think you should let me get back to Gabriel Buenguerro. You are no Gabriel. Gabriel doesn't say please.
She's wearing sturdy worker's boots, made of black leather. Buckles run across.
Just before Gabriel, it was the coronation of Franco Negro. Now, there was a real man. It was. And then it was no more. And I was no longer holding my father's hand. He was no longer descending the stairs in Ryle. The crowd had gone silent. Perhaps it was another Herife who came and woke me up, looking at my boots, asking questions. Or perhaps it was one of the others in this carnival. I don't remember.
As she says carnival, she gestures to the empty square with the statue and the machines.
She's not Otzel. These are not the boots that made the prince.
I could have told you that from just looking at them. A size is 37.
The feet of a little girl, they fit well on the pedals.
You seemed away. I still don't really understand. What are you hauling?
Diamonds? Of course not. But wouldn't it be marvelous if I was?
Well, what are you really
Whatever
hauling?
stupid things they put in the lorry, I imagine.
So you don't know what you're hauling in your own
I
lorry?
quit concerning myself with that a long time ago. Besides, I don't drive the lorry for the cargo, if you know what I mean.
She says that as if something narcotic is the real reason.
Wait, you get high off
Oh.
driving a lorry?
It's so much more than a high where I go, Herife. It's low. I go to the bottom.
Yeah, it's definitely some kick. Some terrible kick in the dark. A sleep kick. Perhaps you can find out later.
Work went relatively well, all things considered. Hell yeah. So you managed to get like the full 6 hours in, right?
Then it's contraband, Lawman. What? Do you want to take an old woman in? Be my guest. Lock me away like Bad Hand Hermenegildo.
You seemed like a woman who would know a thing or two about drugs.
What do I need drugs for, Lawman? What I see, what I feel. The great adversary. No drugs can compare.
The adversary?
Yes. There is a protagonista and an adversario. I am on the side of the adversary. There's no coming back from that hole.
Hell yeah. Well done.
I don't like the sound of any of that. Sounds like a horrible drug. The worst one of them all.
Then what were you getting at?
This line of questioning is going nowhere. Try harder.
You're mad, Lawman. What of it?
Are you smuggling drugs through
Maybe.
Terminal B?
Probably not. Makes no difference to me either way.
You said earlier you don't know what cargo you're hauling. Could it be drugs? How can you not know what car? Okay,
Just this
she
month,
doesn't
I
care.
made half a dozen trips from Saramiris to Grad on the U41A. What do you think they take from Saramiris to Grad, Lawman? No, Lawman. Diamonds.
Damn this. Make her answer.
I don't care about that. You have to guess, who do you think is smuggling drugs around here?
Diamonds are good for you, Lawman. You should try them sometime. Make yourself pretty like Eva de Zoras. I would never make fun of a real lawman, Sheriff.
Of a real lawman.
Ma'am, you're not responsible for what the client puts in your lorry, as long as the seals are not opened. We officers know that.
Lay off her.
Where do you want me to go? This isn't so bad. I can listen to music, or the seagulls. Look at all the colors and the features of this world. It's a good palate cleanser, this jamboree. Or I can just relax and let my mind carry me back where it will, to the Great Plain.
I think we're done here, no?
Thank you
Yes,
for
go.
now.
Enough jamboree. I need to get back to Mesky.
That wasn't exactly helpful, but I'm also not quite sure if it's actually one of the three dudes that is responsible for this. Can I talk to him? I cannot. Alright. Hope I can keep this up. That would be really good. Wait, cursor. Thank you.
The tear machine step. Your bottles clunk into the...
Oh yeah. Got a whole ass reel.
Looking for something, Hunt? Come to tell me to fuck off again?
You're a lorryman, right? What's your stance on drugs?
They're shit, man. I don't let anything pollute my body. You
Why
know
not?
where that shit comes from? Sarah Miriza, Safre, Ilmara. They take the money from our local junkies here and then use it to outcompete us in the manufacturing sector. They know they can't beat us in a fair fight, so they have to get us to weaken ourselves somehow. It's racial sabotage, racial economic sabotage.
Okay, so we have advanced race theory about potato allergies, and now we have advanced race economics?
I don't go for that foreign piss. Proper booze is made in Mundi. Or sometimes, I like a dram of that Yugograd vodka. Koikos and worse much. but they do no booze. Not in, not out. I'll never betray the purity of my tribe.
So you're telling us that you don't know anything about drug smuggling through Terminal B?
I don't know shit. And if I did, I wouldn't tell you. What do you think? I can't leave the lorry unguarded. Stuff's been getting looted lately. It's those little kips sneaking around at night. If they touch my stuff, the bosses will be on my ass like ass cancer.
I really appreciate how you went from, we're going to start a university about advanced racism to we're starting the Power Rangers, but they're racist. Hey, Effect Machine, how's it going?
There was a bunch of spilled boxes in the back of a big lorry nearby.
I did see one lorry with the trailer door open on my way here. Do you know what happened?
I knew that guy. He was an honest driver who loved this country. We were having a good debate about genetics at the Wheeling in Rags when some kip boys smashed his lock and took damn near everything. Lost his fucking job over it. Since he left, I haven't had anyone to talk to. It's a fucking travesty is what it is.
Oops. Oh well.
Isn't it obvious? Fucking Sealang, that beady-eyed South Samaran. His little side business is a scam. I wouldn't be surprised if he was peddling drugs as well.
Who's that?
He's a Samaran guy who likes to pretend he's some kind of businessman. Really, he's just selling his employer stuff. Stuff he stole after he broke the seals on his human ox lorry.
Where do I find him?
Follow the smell. It smells like apricot and oil when you're nearby.
Yes, yes. Where is he?
Looks like I offended your partner there. Too bad. Sealang's usually a little bit south of here, near the canal. You can't miss him. Just watch yourselves. His tribe are natural liars. It's in their blood. He's your man, all right? 100%.
I wouldn't be so sure about it. Not until we've heard what Sealang himself has to say.
Guess so.
Alright, let's see. Okay, so I don't think there was anything... Okay, this is the cargo container that got broken into. So there might be something a bit more south here. I'm exploring places I haven't even been to. Oh, that's the dude. We talked to him before. Wait, what do you mean there's a little shack here that we haven't explored? I'm taking that.
You see rows of toy soldiers guarding the rest of the trinkets displayed on the table. Some on horseback, others in rags, others yet in bright blue uniforms. All are stern and unyielding in their duty. Try to find something pretty and cool here, then use it to win her back.
With her back?
Yes. Buy something nice. A figurine. This sounds off. You shouldn't trust this guy.
What?
Big men on big horses.
Am I missing something?
In lamella armor and carrying flintlocks. The kind that would mow down a line of enemy soldiers in the blink of an eye.
I feel like I'm missing something here.
Franco-Nigerian knights. I used to be very serious about these guys.
A long, long time ago. They're not all blue. These figurines also wear gold coats and caps, complemented by orange trousers. They are variously posed, wielding swords and rifles with bayonets.
This is what the loyalists looked like, yes, at first. Then they wised up and got camouflage.
Which ones? Ah, those. Yes, they are. I find the paint job a bit gaudy, but children like the bright colours indiscriminately.
This set of soldiers isn't meant to look impressive. A few have rifles, but most of them carry pistols. Some even shovels and tall sticks.
You're probably talking about the revolutionaries, yes? Yes, they are soldiers, revolutionary soldiers. I think their poverty has been exaggerated for effect. When you place them next to the royalists, it doesn't seem like they could possibly win. Maybe.
He seems to have his own take on the conflict played out in perpetuity by these toys. Might be interesting to find out what it is.
Let's try to dig something
Why?
up.
What's
Ooh.
this? A headless man riding a horse? A headless man wearing futuristic tracksuit trousers that say found.
Oh, that's the Headless Phone Rider.
Who?
The Headless Phone Rider. It's an urban legend about a man who rides the streets of Revachol sporting a fawn tracksuit. As you see, he's missing his head. 50 cents. Bargain priced. I'll throw in the tiny cap too. I think he's looking for it, or something. That part of the story has many interpretations.
See, if I didn't collect any bottles, this would be very expensive. But I'm
Did I
taking that.
mention that this figurine is supposed to be lucky? Always carry it with you.
That was a very smooth salesman's grin that almost comes off as earnest. You should learn from him.
Gotta upgrade the expression. Who,
Yes, you. Word on the street is you're ready to start building communism again.
me? Again?
Yes, you're ready to start building communism again.
What?
You've built it before.
What?
They've built it before. Hasn't really worked out yet. But neither has love. Should we just stop building love, too? Good. We need tender men like you building gargantuan communism. Word on the street is it's going to be 10,000 times larger than any communism previously attempted by human beings.
What?
Is that right? You keep saying things like, down with the bourgeoisie, eat the rich, sodomize the landowners, impale all people who
That was a lot louder than I thought it would be.
in their pockets. Literally murder all human beings, regardless of their political beliefs. That kind of stuff.
No, we're racistly educated. There's a difference. I love it when chat shares a single brain cell.
Okay, not in so many words, but don't deny it. You're about to rip off that mask of social democracy and reveal the monstrous seven-eyed lamb of global communism that will devour and masticate mankind.
What are you talking about, Brain?
Everyone can see that. So tell me, do you have any questions before we fire up the big communism builder? Or do we get right down to it? Failure. It's about failure. Yes, abject failure. Total, irreversible defeat on all fronts. Absolutely vanquished, beaten, curb-stomped and pissed on. Until you came along. You will reverse the fortune of the workers of the world. You alone. against every living thing, against every human alive. 800 trillion real in the hands of an impossibly well-organized ruling class. Towering city blocks of bankmen who have the ears of prime ministers. Million-headed armies of nations and the love of your own mother. You against the atom, the charm and the spin. Where the whole world failed. Matter failed to bend to human will. Human will failed to get out of bed and tie its laces. You alone, single-handedly, will rebuild the dreams of the working class. You are the last communist.
This brain is going places.
Now get to work, comrade.
Do we opt in or do we opt out and start building communism? Oh no.
Oh yeah, get the firing squads and the animal wagons ready.
Wait, what? Wait, what?
Too late to back out now. You can't make an omelette without breaking a few million eggs.
That's a hell of an omelet. Wait, what? Why do you have an emote like that? You're making the mother of all omelets here. Oh, that is some good art. That is some really good art.
It's not often that I see officers from the RCM in my pawn shop. What can I do for you?
His courtesy is not insincere, but he prefers being alone with his projector, just watching the movement of light across the walls of the shop.
Oh no, not at all. I guess I haven't had many customers lately, RCM or otherwise.
Who are your customers usually?
All kinds of people come through here. Locals, travelers, people looking for a deal, people looking for a keepsake. People who are terminally bored. As you can see, I have a wide selection of goods for everyone to choose from. It keeps me entertained.
Entertained? He might be high. If he is, on what?
Oh, this is where I can sell things. Gotcha.
Someone else came here earlier today asking the same question. I promptly sold her the gun you pawned a couple days back.
What? Sold? The lieutenant shifts from one foot to another. Alert.
Wait, I sold you my gun?
With Kim here too. That just sounded really, really bad.
You were adamant about getting rid of it, officer. Said you were undeserving of a service weapon of the Revachol Citizens Militia. And I don't like keeping guns around the shop for long. Off-the-charts photon emissions. The unhealthy kind.
He's not telling you the whole story. It seems he's trying to spare you.
You weren't quiet yourself, officer. You were very distraught. You said the gun was a threat to your life and that you can't trust yourself with it tonight. And that you need the money. When I said that I don't normally buy firearms, you put the gun barrel in your mouth and sort of sucked on it. Then I agreed to take it.
You sucked on a gun? Good. Very normal.
No apologies necessary, officer.
Was the buyer a policeman
She
too?
didn't seem like a policeman, although she kept referring to herself as a pig, which was odd. I found her interest in the gun a bit obsessive,
This goddamn
but
kid.
I was just happy to get rid of it, and of her. Truth be told, she was terrifying.
Right, so let me get this right. You sold your sidearm, issued by the citizens' militia, and now a civilian is running around the streets of Martinez with it?
Miraculously. His face does not reveal what's happening inside.
Maybe she's a vigilante.
You're right that she could cast aspersions on the force. We have to find her.
Any idea where I can find this
My
buyer?
apologies, officer, but I have no idea where she was coming from or where she went.
A needle in a haystack. There is nothing you can do about it now. You'll just have to hope you luck upon her somehow.
Of course.
Okay, he definitely is high. Whatever it is, you've probably done it, and many other things besides. But you can't cut through the jumble of sensations to get to the answer. A guarded man like him wouldn't tell you if you asked out loud.
Thanks, Llewellyn. Appreciate it.
I doubt it, but I can try and answer any questions you may have.
Know anything about the recent
Do my
hanging?
best to keep my distance from all manner of butchery. Bad for business. Bad for everyone.
Hang on just a second. Gotta take a very short break. Be right back. So a little bit of interesting news that came forth today is that Microsoft is pulling some games from the 360 store now. Like, they will still be available through like the Xbox One back and pat stuff, but like it's a really odd list to go through. Like, Lost Odyssey is on there, Blue Dragon is on there as well. So I'm kind of curious to see where that's gonna going to lead to at some point. Because we also have, like, at the end of March, I think, if I remember correctly, the 3DS, Wii U, and Wii eShop. No, the Wii Shop was already down. But the 3DS and Wii U shop are, as far as we know, shutting down. So I'm actually quite curious to see, like, how that's gonna shape digital storefronts, like how the PS Store is gonna handle stuff like that, where games that were provided as a digital only means, like, they're just gonna vanish. And man, I'm babbling.
No one likes to see what you have to see every day. The pawnbroker's gaze is already fixed on the dancing colors.
There still was something else that I could check out, right?
A typical Martinez streetlight sits among assorted floor and table lamps. The light pole has been carefully cut, and the wiring has been redone and attached to a standard indoor plug. The light buzzes faintly, but persistently.
Yes, officer. As you see, it's in perfect working order. It was brought to me to be altered.
We are not here to investigate the theft of city property.
I still need to play Blue Dragon. It's been on my list for a while. Let me actually check if it's on the back compat list. Oh, it is like fully back compat as well. Nice. Oh, that's why Gears of War 2 and 3 looked so good. They have dedicated patches for the Xbox One compatibility. So basically, they have a patch dedicated to 4K upscaling.
You have to admit it's rather clever what he's done with it.
How much for the street light?
700 real.
Oh,
A bargain? No, it's not. He's trying to sweet-talk you into buying trash.
Hey, I don't know where it came from, but it's not every day you get to buy and sell something so extraordinary.
yeah, it looked really sharp. Probably better than it did on the 360. Oh, hey, hello. Who are you?
G'day to you, officers.
A burly man hangs out by the waterlock, carving up a generous serving of salami with an old hunter's knife. His eyes are fixed on a man stranded on the other side of the waterlock and on an enormous billboard that has fallen down into the canal between them. His posture is relaxed. Despite his powerful build and a knife in his hand, this man resorts to physical intimidation only infrequently, if at all.
My friend Barry the Butcher is stuck on the other side of the waterlock. I'm keeping him company, and eating his salami.
From the corner of your eye, you see a man in a yellow shirt and grey overalls waving at you from across the canal. He seems disappointed about the wreckage on the waterlock and the salami.
Did we go through Halo on the old TV? Yes.
Very good stuff. Anything I can do for you, officer?
Do you know what caused this wreckage?
I wasn't here to witness it, but those look like tire tracks on that sign. Weird, huh? Then again, plenty of daredevil drivers in Revachol.
The words "daredevil driver" sound ominous to you.
Well, you should probably try Halo 5 and find out.
Too bad it also takes a year and a day to repair anything around here. Especially a waterlock. The rest of the coast is closed off till then.
Do you know what's further down the coast?
Well, there's the fishing village, an abandoned fish market, a bizarro church. Not much use to the congregation, though. There always seems to be something wrong with it. Yeah, not really much else. Just bombed out ruins.
This is the first game where somebody is eating and you just go, can I have some of that?
Sure thing.
We got the salami!
Want some too, officer?
Why not?
Oh, yeah. Salami you get.
Shine on these sunglasses lasts a lifetime, officer. 100% guaranteed.
Oh, right. This was the dude.
You see a Samaran street vendor surrounded by a motley assemblage of goods. When he realizes you're looking at him, his face breaks into a wide, welcoming grin. The name Sileng is embroidered over his breast pocket.
Happy shopping, officer. Everything's cool here.
What's so cool?
Everything's cool. The goods are cool, the customers are cool, the place is cool. And one more thing, officer.
From out on the bay, a cool wind gathers. It sweeps into
Very
the
cool.
city, tugging at the textiles hanging around the stand. Some distance away, the sound of a tin can clattering across the street can be heard.
You're very cool. Bang, 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 bang!
When I'm cool is not important.
You're right, officer. 100%. No playing around then. Strictly business. Maybe I can interest you in some premium menswear instead. Me? It's a boring story, officer. Who cares about the past? I'm all business now. All Revachol. Very sharp, officer. I'm Serais from the Sigai province of the Serais Empire. The apricot suzerainty, you know?
Why is it called
the
that?
apricot suzerainty is what the Sigai archipelago is commonly known as in Revachol. It's a bit of a fraught term, I'm sure you understand.
No, apricots come from Sigai. My grandma used to grow them. But Sigai is a shithole. That's why I came to Revachol. Here's much better for an independent entrepreneur. Less laws. Speaking of, why not support an independent local entrepreneur? I send half my profits back to my grandma in Sigai.
Sure you do.
Well, if it's for his grandma, you should buy a lot of things.
Drugs? I don't go in for that, officer. Drugs ruin life. Unless you're into drugs, of course. In which case, drugs are excellent. Mwah! Tasty, tasty drugs.
That is a massive 180. Good lord. He just turned his boat around and drifted straight into the harbor, blasting running in the 90s. Oh.
That's so cool. You investigating the local drug trade like some cool narc? But I am not a lorry driver. I am just a street vendor. I don't know anything about that. Who said that? It's the fat racist, right? I bet it's him. He has an agenda against me because I'm an immigrant who works harder than he does. He's a hater.
So you admit you're a lorry driver?
No, I just said I work harder and he's an asshole. Okay, maybe I'm a lorry driver too. A little. But that's not the most important thing about me. That's my day job. This is my dream. Exactly. It's such a small part of my life. It's in the rear view mirror now. I'm climbing out of that hole with ingenuity. Nothing.
Oh, mon ami, thank
Jesus
you.
Christ.
I've become a fine gentleman because of you.
Jesus Christ, that scared the shit out of me. Oh boy. Oh boy. I completely forgot.
What a deep game.
I completely forgot we had the sound alerts on.
Oh my god.
Completely forgot about that.
And what crowd is that?
Oh boy.
Crowd, you know, the drug crowd.
He doesn't want to talk about them. He's afraid.
Look, there's bad people doing bad things here. That's all I know. Please don't get me into this mess. I've spent 15 years working my way up. It's a she, okay? The other drivers call her the lady driver. You're better off staying away from her. The way they talk about her, she's no lady. All of them. I don't know. I told you all I know. Are we cool now? I really want us to be cool now.
Who exactly is talking about this lady driver of yours? The racist or the other one with the tattoos?
All of them. Even the ones who've left. I don't hang out with them. I don't remember who has tattoos. All of them. I don't know. I told you all I...
Who exactly?
All of them. Even the ones who've left. I don't know. Maybe. If she is, I haven't gone near her. I don't get involved. I told you.
It could be. She was strange.
All right. I scored. Let's cap this off with a purchase. You can walk away
Oh,
from
shit.
wearing funky sunglasses, detectives. Both of you. You deserve it.
I didn't think of that. I just threw the lady under the lorry. Right. The head is not... Exactly, that's me right now.
Still here. Stuck in this damn jam, my man.
But I don't think she's here. Do you know this lady
I don't want to
driver?
talk about that. Man, I was hoping it isn't going to be her. All I can say is, she isn't around here anymore. She isn't some evil drug trafficker. And I don't know where she is.
There's a lot of noise coming from outside. Good lord.
I didn't, man. I told you I was hoping it's not her. That she wouldn't be mixed up in it.
He still is. Hoping. It's just wishful thinking on his part. Not trickery.
Thank God I don't know. People here call her the lady driver. She kept her name a secret. From me too. Now I see why.
Yeah, immediately it starts streaming. The kids outside start screaming.
A friend? An acquaintance? I don't know. She was the only person in this damn jam I could talk to. She's someone I don't want to rat out to the law, okay? A youngish woman. Gruff, but in a cool way.
What color hair?
Blue and violet. Died. It was violet when she got here. Blue before she went.
Then she may have dyed it again.
Damn, I don't want to... Please just let it go. Whatever she did, it can't be that bad. She's not a bad person, I know that much.
We can't just let it go. It's part of a police investigation.
That's how it always is with you, isn't it? All part of the investigation. The girl's troubled. If you hunt her down, she may not survive it. I can't have that on my conscience.
It won't come to that. We won't pursue her on this. This is information only.
I don't believe you.
You said she's troubled?
She's got the
How?
darkness in her. That young person's darkness when you think it's all over. And you're looking for a way out.
And she might have the gun.
She shared this with you?
Yes. Which is why I don't want to snitch on her. It's snitching, man. I know what it is. I heard the rumors. I saw the other drivers looking at me strange when we talked. And she told me, too, that she's had a violent life. But I wasn't afraid of her. More like for her.
Did this violent life include drug trafficking?
Well, it looks like it did now. But we didn't talk about that. We talked about life, you know? She talked about her mind.
Her mind?
The way it worked. The trouble it was giving her.
The pain it was causing her.
When she left it, did she leave her lorry behind?
Go grill someone else with these questions, okay? There are plenty of drivers here who couldn't stand her, or were afraid of her. They'd be more than happy to rat her out.
He's right. There are other options. The raceman, for one. Push Tommy, and it will break his heart. And his spirit. Don't expect you to be pals. Now is not the time to focus on feelings. You need that info, son.
You're not gonna put a bullet in your head if you blow it, are you? Because she's on the edge, man.
I wouldn't be so sure, Tommy. Imagine it. An explosion of stars. Goodbye world of men, money, and machines.
I'm not too sure. Like, I don't want to force the matter right now because we don't have all the information, but this might be the person that bought the gun that we pawned off before the game started.
Thank you, friend. Wow, this makes me feel like I should pick up smoking again. Would help with my rhymes, too.
So it's either the kid who bought the gun or the lady.
This Post Lavatorie mail collection box has been heavily vandalized with graffito. A closer inspection reveals 2 bullet holes. The box seems happy. Eat shit, pig. Fucked by the coon. And St. G with a crown have been scribbled on it. Jenny is a whore, and best set mailbox also. The mail collection box seems cathartic, thankful even. So do you. You shudder, then you swallow, and then suddenly you see it. Over all the other graffitos, someone has, using the tip of a very sharp knife, cut the words, Revachol forever.
So what would the next step be? Let's sneak up on the Kuno fangirl. And I don't think she is the one that got the gun. But the way that the shopkeep said that she used the word pig a lot could be her, or they could have picked it up from the lady lorry driver.
Trying to sneak up on me again? Trying to snuff me out?
Okay, that didn't work. Maybe if we approach from the other side. I really like how much this game twists and turns your brain into trying to figure out different pathways to solve different aspects of the story.
I'll die before I squeal, pig. I come from the woods, Kuttavitu. You don't want to go there with me. You don't want to see what I've seen.
Don't be traumatizing here. Get the fuck out of it.
I'll die before I What's this kid shit? Fucking mind games. I'd rather die than squeal.
Get the fuck out of here, face. You got done. Talk to me. Fuck does Kuno care? Kuno doesn't
Have a good look,
fucking
Thomas.
care.
How do I get there, though? I'm actually quite curious. It might be like a perk of a room, I guess. Does seem to correspond. Well, I don't have my gun to shoot her yet, so it'll have to wait. Let's drop off some bottle caps.
Your bottles
Hey. Let's see. There was still one more test that I can do with the bear fridge. So I'm gonna check that out. Wait, what happens if we check the
old call box with a matrix of push buttons lists all the companies in the East Delta Commerce Center.
Wait, where did... I'm missing one.
You ring the doorbell, but nothing happens. Silence. No one's home at Fortress Accident. Silence. No one answers your call.
What was the test that I needed?
Eyes are still glowing red. It's guarding over the freezing corpse hidden inside
Perception.
its belly.
Let's see. Come on, I need a win. Why can't I do this? All right, because there you go. Hang on.
The bear's eyes are still glowing red. It's got to touch the dead man's body.
Come
His skin
on.
is cold, light blue and...
It'll come to you sooner or later.
Seriously, I
Safely.
don't have any skill points left to give. I do like the idea behind the white check system, though. Like you don't really get the how do I put this? You don't really get to abuse rolls in that way, like from a tabletop perspective, right? Usually, say you're playing D&D and somebody calls for a perception check, you can just basically constantly repeat the perception check. But yeah, you can succeed rolls in this.
That sugary black rum stain on the counter makes you teary-eyed with joy. It's almost touching how syrupy and sticky it is. How long have you been up already? Oh, excuse me. Do you have something better to do than lust for sweet syrupy rum and lemonade? With a twist of lemon? Maybe
I have resisted. Okay, so I wanted to check if I could maybe get to the roof. But, like, basically the amount of dots that you have in something, first of all, it gives a bonus to the roll itself, but the amount of dots that you have is the amount of times that you can re-roll something. So if you have a check, there's a limited amount of times that you can re-roll that.
You see a heavy steel door with a prominent dimple lock. It's painted blue. You immediately feel drawn to the color. Blue is for mystery. The cobalt blue surface feels rough to touch. The stainless steel door is flush with its frame on every side. The door does not budge.
You do? It's a door in the back of the kitchen. Why do you care where it leads? Eccentric. But okay, I suppose we could look into it. As a side investigation.
He's not bothered by your eccentricity. He seems genuinely intrigued himself.
Hardly. Anyway, Gart is the person to ask.
Right, let's ask Gart. Wasn't he supposed to leave, though?
Can I help you? Another thing. Great. I love those. Oh yes, that door, sure. There's nothing mysterious about it. It's just a door. No, I don't have a key. I don't know how to get there. And I don't care either. It's not like I've been wondering about it for 10 years. It's just a frit warehouse, probably. Or some boring storage space with a bunch of old junk and dust. Junk and dust.
He's attempting to maintain an air of indifference. It's absolutely not convincing.
Fine, okay, a little. But my job doesn't leave me time for wondering about one locked door in one of the cafeterias I manage. So I haven't opened it. I have cleaned the whole place 100 times over, though, after the animals. And I haven't found a key, so good luck with that. Yes, and the phone company is taking its sweet time sending someone to fix it. It's not strange, it's inconvenient. Who told you that? Fine, yeah, it looked like someone had messed with the wiring. It was shortly after the hanging, but I don't know if it's at all related. Plenty of assholes around here who aren't murderers. If you do find out who cut the line, though, let me know.
Yes?
Okay, so we might be able to ask for a key over at the store nearby, maybe?
Is this about the questions again? 'Cause I
Just
don't really
free to
know
have a warehouse
anything.
in the back of the whirling in rags.
A warehouse? I don't know. Maybe. I don't really care what Frit does.
She looks up from under her brow.
Fine. Frit doesn't have a warehouse. Just a little back room here. Okay? A warehouse?
She scrunches up her face into an expression of consummate adolescent
She
skepticism.
reminds me, just a living embodiment of Bristol.
Fine. Frit doesn't have a warehouse. Just a little back room here.
Okay, so we have a mysterious mystery on our hand. Southwest across the canals. Torpedo under southwest. Let's see if we can help Lena. Can I actually go across?
A crumpled billboard reading, Samaran butter soaks in the canal. Two ugly lines mar the bright countenance of the blonde boy depicted.
Oh, we got particular examples as well. Oh boy.
Whatever it is, the boy on the billboard seems very happy about it. Just some tasteless advertising at the bottom of a canal. No use rubbernecking.
I was wondering if I could maybe get across. Don't blame me, blame the dice. Okay, so here's the thing. Here's the thing with role-based stuff in my case. Either it's natural 20 or natural 1. There is no in between. If I start rolling natural ones, it's because it's one of those days. Like, it's... Yeah. I've had sessions of Pathfinder where I'd roll 5 natural 20s in a row or sessions of Pathfinder D&D or whatnot. And then the next day I play and it's just natural ones. I have lost characters to this curse. Let me tell you. It's a very all or nothing kind of deal. Get better loaded dice. That would work. I can't select the door either. Which, oh, hey. Got some money. Hell yeah, rooftop money. My favorite kind of money. I feel incredibly wealthy right now. Okay, so what's the next step? And that's Sonico, how's it going? I'm not quite sure what the next step is going to be. We have something for tomorrow at 9. I am curious to see if we can make it to the roof somehow. And I have a feeling that the access to the roof is involved with the blue door. But we also have to find a, what was it, blue-haired individual?
The woman is still hunched over the...
Well, maybe we can talk to Joyce. Maybe some more options opened up. What can I do with this? Cape Side Apartments? No, they made it a point to mention that the hair was dyed. I'm actually kind of curious to see how we can push this onward, because I think we basically exhausted... Wait, why is that -1? Oh, it's from the thoughts. Gotcha.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
Like, I've exhausted most of my leads at this point, unless I missed
Word
one.
has travelled, yes, but nothing of real substance has surfaced yet, I gather. Wild Pines has eyes on the intersection, but not ears.
It appears we are being monitored every step we take, colleague. Did we have any other business here?
Who can we talk to? It's really funny, I can hear myself make thinking noises in the other room. Like every time I go, I hear it in the in the other room. Hey Kanto, how's it going? I'm doing pretty good. How about you? Who are you liking so far? In what sense, like the characters? Him is my favorite. Thinking in stereo. Thinking delayed. You think I think? End of sentence with a big question mark. What do you think of the pale? I don't know.
Yes?
Hola, wandering man.
Let's see. Is there something I missed in here?
On second glance, someone has forgotten to properly close one of the drawers.
It's unfortunate for the Union to just leave their paperwork lying around like this.
Let's see what's inside. The drawer opens smoothly. Inside is a well-organized selection of brown folders.
I'll take a look at that.
Hundreds of documents containing logistical data. Two kinds of transactions stand out. Materials coming into Revachol from the outside world, from Muindi, Grad, and even Ilmara. And the same materials being handed over to companies inside Revachol. Kuron, Coal City, La Delta, and Jamrock are listed among the many districts where the imports are being sold.
We haven't gotten acquainted with any of these companies yet.
It's hard to make sense of this thicket of company names, dates, quantities, and percentages. You try to focus, but the lines are getting blurry.
Let's see. Okay. We got this.
Whatever's hidden here
is
hidden well. Concentration isn't enough. Only a trained accountant with a background in logistics would be able to really make sense of it. However,
there you go. There's your succeeded role.
Handwritten note stuck on the side of the drawer. It appears to be a to-do list written in large, uneven capital letters.
Oh, that doesn't mean anything that I have good volition. I have good Inland Empire as well, and I have been rolling a lot of snake eyes on those.
Remember, Leo, Everart's shoes, special whirling borscht, water Everart's plants, sweep office floor, more banners. All items on the list have been crossed out, and the note itself is crumpled.
One of his aides must have left it. Nothing incriminating here.
What is so special about this borscht? Code for drugs? Booze? Blood? Remember, Leo, Everart's shoes, special whirling borscht, water Everart's plants, sweep office floor, more banners. All items on the list have been... The drawer slides shut smoothly.
Okay, those are... slick. Let me adjust my glasses. Yo. I have embraced the movement.
Heavy machine gun.
Exactly. A giant ass print.
An imposing combination of a punch clock and a payphone is looking down at you from the wall. A note on the side says, "Tokens unavailable due to strike. Use change." The machine swallows your coin and seems to be waiting for your next move. Your fingers run over the dial pad. 005. That's the dialing code for Revachol. 4952, and a moment of hesitation before entering the final numbers. 993. Calling. Calling. Still calling. Then...
Video Revachol, 24-hour video rental. We rent 8 and 10mm film for home use. This is Lamy. How may I help you?
The voice of a youngster on the other end sounds as enthusiastic as that of a man walking towards the gallows.
I told you. It's either or. There is no in between.
Video Revachol is a 24-hour video rental. We rent 8 and 10mm film for home use. This is Lamy.
What is this place to me?
Sir, I don't know. It's a video rental. Maybe you rent videos here.
Do you know me? Oh.
Maybe you called to extend your rental period? Do you need to extend your rental period?
My name is Harry Dubois. Do you have anything on my name?
Let me fire up the machine. Dubois. Dubois. Here we are. You haven't rented anything in 5 years.
Bless you,
still
Gypsy.
have a copy of Blue Ocean Hell from November 46. Whoa, not a fun film, that one.
What kind of a film is that?
It's not an easy watch. After the death of his daughter and
Hey Ray, how's it going, dude?
Zemsk immigrant Egidius Wojcik tries to come to terms with the onset of dementia. No wonder no one's been missing it. Still, it would be great if you could return it to us. We're on the corner of Voyager and Maine.
On the corner of Voyager and Maine, a large neon sign hangs on the side of a building. Video Revachol, 24 hours. It's raining and there is almost no traffic on the street. A woman's footprints in the mud lead away from the front door.
Can we actually access that?
Tiny heels tiptoeing down the road. Beautiful steps, light-footed with a lifetime ahead of them. You look up and the air seems to grow darker.
Du Bois.
Suddenly you feel like you don't want to hear about video rentals anymore. You don't want to hear about any of it. It was all shit. It's over.
I feel sad about Video Revachol 24
That's
hours.
enough for you today. Let's conclude this call.
I think the Inland Empire is not okay. Hey, Dwaydon, how's it going? I feel like the shivers are probably the best part of the game as a whole. It's some of the best writing I have seen, just simply describing environments. Ooh, somebody has a drinking problem. And it's not me this time. Ah, missed one. There you go.
This is the night watchman's booth. The name on the door reads...
Still you,
René Arnaud.
Shit. It is. What an unfortunate turn of events this turned out to be.
You're back before the cargo container. Its drawer has not lessened since you were last here.
Damn, he really wants to open up that cargo container, doesn't he? Ultra Series gloves. Oh, hell yeah. How's he doing?
Oh, hey, mister. I knew you'd be back to talk with old Leo here. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. It's like Lady Larice said when she opened a bathhouse in the basement of my apartment building. They can only get so far before they're aching to get back. And lots of folk really did keep coming back.
I really like Leo. He's like a bright, shining star in a village of mud.
No trouble at all, mister. No trouble at all. It's like that old saying goes. Wisdom withers if not shared. And old Leo is always up for sharing. Oh, yes, yes. I leave all kinds of notes for myself. That old head of mine ain't so good at keeping things in no more. I almost forgot about the borscht.
What about the borscht?
Oh, yes. I've been taking special whirling borscht to the men every day since the strike started. It's very, very good. Makes a man feel so warm and happy. I feel like I could take on Mr. Renadan's boar dogs every time the lunch is done.
Power borscht, huh? Never heard
Power
of a borscht that turns little guys into dog fighters. Alcohol, however.
What do you mean by taking the soup to the men?
Yes, yes. I'm taking it to them. The borscht keeps them happy and in fighting spirits. Makes you all warm inside. They brew it in the whirling in rags.
Hold up, who makes it at the whirling?
Oh, the whirling's cook. He makes it. Them is always talking with Mr. Manana in that weird language and laughing together. He doesn't speak what we speak. He's from Grad. Oh, sure, mister. Sure. You do that. Yes, sir.
We gotta unleash the borscht upon the unsuspecting strikers. Yeah, what is up with this game and stairs? Hey, Super Duck, how's it going? Gotta get that extra mileage in on him. Priorities, Wexford. Gotta handle the borscht. Have you met that very particular, you mean the,
Damn, that felt good. Your heart's pounding nicely.
The super racist or the slightly less racist?
No, you shouldn't. You're an officer of the law.
Not as a general rule, but that one was justified. Better to get the lay of the land before telling people to fuck off.
That means you should do it whenever you feel like someone's disrespecting your authority. That's the spirit. Never forget. The whole world's a wooden house, and you're a goddamn flamethrower.
Oh, what a line! What a line! Oh, wow! I think that tops the Victus. Well, that also tops the Victus, yeah. What a line. This definitely tops Your Man with a Fork in a World Full of Soup. Harry Dubois, large and in charge. Let's send this to Thomas. He'll like that. I'm just gonna put a pin in this real quick before we continue. This is my first time seeing this game. It's my first time, well, not seeing, I've seen very little bits and pieces. So I know nothing beyond this interface, basically. Assume that what you're seeing on screen right now is what I have seen. Wait, I can't communicate with the cook in the kitchen though.
The man ponders his cooking utensils and gives you a little nod, acknowledging your presence. The man says a couple of sentences in that strange language of his and then seems to wait for you to speak. Just one word. Sounds quizzical. Then he awaits your answer with his brow arched.
Boss need more vodka?
Okay, so it's vodka that keeps the men happy and in good spirits. Clever move by the...
Vodka Borscht! I love it, Bratan! Turn it the fuck up and then ask for some yourself!
Turning it up seems like a dangerous idea, honestly. The place is a powder keg.
Turn the vodka up.
He smiles, nodding vigorously, then pours half a bottle of vodka into the pot. With a whistle, he stirs the brew.
It goes into the soup. I'm not hearing a no.
He looks up at you, then looks away quickly, shrugging and muttering something to himself. Shrugging is an international sign for, no, I don't know what's behind that door. The mention of mañana gets his attention. He smiles and delivers a whole slew of unfamiliar words and lively gestures. Then he falls silent again. They're friends.
All right, let's talk to mañana. Disco Elysium is a pretty successful game. Won all kinds of awards.
Hola, Wandering Man.
Let's see. In the streets of mayonnaise. I like how the hint said low on morale, but points into volition. But my inner voice just says burn the whole fucking world down with a flamethrower. And I'm inclined to listen to the flamethrower. Is mayonnaise an instrument? Mayonnaise is the key to our soul.
Mr. Dubois, a pleasure as always. You don't have to sit down this time, since you've already sat on that chair.
What's the container that's outside your office?
Dear Harry, there are literally millions of containers in this harbour. I couldn't possibly remember what's in all of them. Harry, you smooth-talking son of a bitch. Time is a precious resource, and I don't have enough of it to count containers with you.
Smooth talking. Maybe that's the way to go about opening the container. You should at least try convincing it.
I don't know what that means, Harry, but I love it. I love your initiative. Knowing you're out there keeping things running lets me focus on the big picture stuff. Don't even tell me what was going on. Alcoholic brew? Stronger? Stopped it? Strike? I'm just gonna let you surprise me, Harry. Great! You want to bounce something off your old friend Mr. Clare, right? Well, let's hear it, Harry. I'm just a nice guy, Harry.
Are you, though?
I wouldn't be where I am now if I wasn't
Your
nice.
head is vanishing in your shoulders.
It's all about emotions, and I want you to have positive emotions when you think of me.
Okay then, positive emotions it is. You like positive emotions.
What happened to the previous negotiator?
What do you mean, Harry? Nothing. I let him go.
You made concessions for the company in previous negotiations. Why would you let an ally like that go?
He's an old man, Harry. I wanted him to spend more time with his family. God knows how long he's got left. Harry, I have little people in my organization. I would never call someone a midget. What is this? Honestly, I'm beginning to think you're a midget, Harry. I'm only kidding, Harry. You're not a midget. No one is. We're pals.
It's hard to say if he really lost his temper, or if this is another one of his tricks.
Absolutely, Harry. What's on your mind?
Ah, he made me sneeze. I'm allergic to bullshit.
Honestly, I didn't want to bring it up, Harry. I heard you have become Measurehead's race pupil.
It's basically like that in my head all the time. Oh no.
Of course, Harry. Of course. You're not some kind of a fantastic racist now. And rest assured, no one's going to hear about it. No one's going to know what you did with race there, Harry. Your race bonanza is safe with me. Word of how racy it got will never leave Martinez.
The fuck are you on about, man? We listened to an hour and a half of advanced race theory. And hey, Astronomo, how's it going? I have never seen a man compress his neck to the point where it just dissolves into his shoulders as much as this guy.
You can see the map of Revachol in your head. Dozens of red arrows are pointing outwards from Martinez, moving all across the city.
Anyway, I assure you,
I think we're still on unicycle level, Adrian.
information reaches me before I even get the chance to request it. See you soon, Debardeur. Just kidding, but not too much.
Can I go behind him? Damn it, no. I can't believe I'm actually considering talking to Measurehead again to try to get some form of intelligent response out of anything. Like, I don't think the physical embodiment of lubrication is gonna slime his way into logic.
The unpromising race pupil returns. I am not the first line of defense. I am the last. In addition, these so-called Hardy boys are an effeminate clique of bodybuilders. Their company is spiritually degrading. The Hardy manlets are on the pay of the company. I answer to the union alone. And I do this out of race heroism.
But what does that mean?
Alien concept to the Simmons.
What does that mean? All I got from this is you're broke.
Now leave me be. I must luxuriate in the company of my woman.
Looking monolithic. What a line. Well, at least we got something out of that. The Hardy Boys are on Everett's payroll. Let's see if we have some new dialogue options with him.
Mr. Dubois, a pleasure as always. You don't have to sit down this time, since you've already sat on that chair. Let's hear it, Harry. Ah, this? My friends in your organization gave it to me, Harry.
I find that very suspicious. May I have a look?
I'm afraid this is meant for Union eyes only, Mr. Kitsuragi. I'm sure you understand. Please continue, Harry. Family? Harry, you're not a family man. There's not one peep of family in here. Unless you think you're a family man, do you strike yourself as a family man, Harry? Family, Harry, is the most important thing in the world. Well, Harry, if I were to sum you up in one word, it would be apologetic.
I'm sorry.
Well, you sure come off as very confident in all our interactions, Harry. You're a real man's man. Of course, Harry, of course. Let's not linger on personal...
I feel like my veins have been deep fried in the greasiest of grease. It's just, it does, my blood isn't replaced with grease anymore. I have become the grease simply by listening to that. Such a slimy man. He slips into the mine. Okay, I made it down the first flight of stairs. Let's see if we can make it down the second flight of stairs. Yeah, there we go.
Right to work! Right!
Hey, I'm missing something here. Oh, we haven't talked about to the racist about the lorry.
Something odd? Come to tell me to fuck off again?
Where's the lady driver?
I don't know what you're talking about. He did something. He stole his employer's goods and another lorryman's job. You should be thankful for the tip.
He's been expecting this. He's really puffed himself up.
Listen up, fuckwits. You don't scare me. You cops don't run Revachol West. You don't run Martinez. You don't run anything.
No. He means La Puta Madre.
The name resounds like a bell in the air, a dark gong. You get a bad feeling about it. Looks like the lieutenant has a plan. Let him do this.
Yeah, him.
Then I presume you are familiar with his peonies.
Yeah, they're his little bitches. He's got them all over the unions.
Mr. Chef, so every time we got some food at a joint, if the food weren't up to scratch, you sure let us know. Well, to be fair, Gypsy, you have to deal with my cooking from time to time, so I imagine the bar is pretty low.
Not just the unions. He has peonies everywhere. Some say he even has them in the RCM. Dirty fucking peonies who'd do anything for him. Multi-ethnic drug addicts.
You're not peonies. You wouldn't be investigating a drug thing if you were.
No, of course not. We are not peonies. But if we were, and one of Madre's drivers were to be stealing from him, then it's a good peony's job to find out who that is.
I still feel bad about that, by the way.
It's not a hard job. It won't take a long time. It won't make Padre Madre angry. But a stupid fucking racist is standing in the way, protecting this fucking thief.
I'm not scared of you or the mob. I'm under the protection of the Lorryman and Carter's Guild.
You've seen that corpse in the ceramic armor there. Did his shitty little guild protect him?
I take it as a you cook better compliment. Well, if that's the bar by which you judge my cooking, then... Ooh, oh boy.
Nah, you wouldn't just leave him out there if you...
I'm really enjoying Kim going to town on this guy, by the way.
The lieutenant turns and gives you a barely perceptible nod. I've softened him up as best I could. Now it's on you to finish the job. Men like this only respect two things. Strength.
Thank you, game. Thank you.
Time to turn up the volume.
Show me your lorry right fucking now. The lady driver's lorry. We're research.
Fuck you, I told you. I'm not gonna...
There. His voice grows smaller as yours.
I'm gonna go on police radio saying this guy told Madre to fuck off.
Fucking homo cop. Look, fuck you, man. It's some lorry down there. Green banged up thing. I don't fucking know who she is.
When did she go away?
I don't know. I don't even know her name. She just rolls with the fleet and acts like a big shot. Some dyke, probably.
And super chewy as well. From what I remember.
Now it's not a big deal for him anymore. This is how he saves face.
Past the monument. Down there. The Green Temple. Now leave me the fuck alone, okay?
A small temple by the monument. Green. Let's get into that lorry.
Looks like he got his adrenaline up, too.
Alright. I'm taking that success and running it into the ground. The Green Temple near the... there it is.
This screen found A to Z, contemporaire is parked in the shadow of the ruins looming overhead. It's seen better days.
This must be the one he told us about, unless he was lying.
The glass on the side windows is tinted and covered with dust. You can barely make out the shape of a seat and 2 steering levers. It feels like you're peeking into someone's home residence. Inside it's private, cozy, warm, dusty too.
You say that as if that is a bad thing, but too bad for you, I am Dutch.
The door is locked. The handle looks shiny, like it's recently replaced.
Well, I mean, at least we got drinks. We went to an all-you-can-eat sushi restaurant at some point when we were going to Poets of the Fall. And we decided, like, hey, let's go to a sushi restaurant. And we got 1 drink. And then the person responsible for the drink gave us stink eye for the rest of the evening. Hey, Bullmiser, how's it going? That was like my first true 1 out of 10 experience in a restaurant. It was so bad.
Use the pry bar to smash the window. Open it from the inside. This has been hard enough. No need to make it any harder.
With a firm grip, you raise the pry bar, a glint of light catching on the tip. Call down the hammer of truth and justice. Release your secrets, lorry cabin. The window shatters, and droplets of glass fly everywhere, shattering over the lorry floor and pavement.
Subtle.
The smell of cigarettes and perfume welcomes you. The cabin inside is plastered with old movie posters. Actresses smile from the walls. There's a radio transmitter in the front and a toolbox tucked under the driver's seat. Some tools lie scattered near the pedals. These are movie posters featuring starlets from long-forgotten films from the 20s, the teens, even the 90s of the last century. One of them particularly catches your eye, a centerfold of an ingenue attached right above the back seat. There's definitely perfume in the air. It's spicy with a hint of amberette, wafting through the bitter air of the cabin. The remnants of a sweet juniper-scented perfume, probably Grenade No. 5. The remnants of a sweet juniper-scented perfume. The actress is draped in a sheathed dress, one of her shoulders bared. The faded remains of an autograph run across the poster. She's looking past the camera. A feeling of tenderness washes over you. A longing even, perhaps. And gentle tragedy. Wait, doesn't she resemble someone you know? But you can't put your finger on whom exactly. The actresses and the rear actor all smile you a warm goodbye. A radio transmitter is attached to the dashboard and a toolbox sits under the driver's seat.
I should really put up a track list for all the songs we have for the break screen. I have a few more queued up that I still need to add to the list. Like, my idea is to, over time, expand it with, like, elevator music from video games. That game was weird but interesting. That sums up Swery in a nutshell.
You wedge yourself under the steering wheel to get a better look. Seems like the few tools lying around here, a hammer, a pair of pliers, a rusty wrench, have been casually thrown there by the disorganized driver.
As you have on the startup screen, where it shows what music is playing. The startup screen, so the startup screen where it says OST, pulls the songs from Fubar. And the break screen are individual video files because I couldn't get the track listing to properly work. For some reason, the integration with OBS wasn't as smooth as I'd hoped. So it would give like a little pop whenever a song started, or it wouldn't load in the correct song list or something like that. So I'd probably have to find a way to fetch video titles for that, because they're literally just brb.mp4.
But one odd detail does catch your eye. A piece of sandpaper has been glued to the throttle.
I see what you did there, game. We found the odd soul.
Sandpaper adds extra grip.
Fucking zero tolerance. I still need to play that. A viewer sent me that game for the Mega Drive, and I still haven't played it. I felt so bad about that. Looks like the driver had glued piece of sandpaper to the throttle to offer some extra grip.
Sandpaper? A novel technique?
It's one of those Doom adjacent shooters with the added twist that you need to kill every enemy on any given floor in order to progress.
Yes?
Do the honors, he thinks. Connect it to yourself.
One of the footprints of the crime had an aberration. One soul was smoother than the other.
Which means that the missing lady driver was present at the lynching.
And also the one running the drug trade. What a handful. First drug smuggling, now this. How deep does this rabbit hole go?
Now we know for certain who is the missing 8th person at the lynching. Do you think that Hardy and his boys could also be involved in the drug operation?
Not necessarily. The lady driver could have kept the drug trade secret.
You're right. But we should still go and see what Titus has got to say on the matter. Are we finished with the lorry?
The movie stars are still smiling from the walls. The radio transmitter sits on the center console, and a faint smell of perfume is
I feel
in
like
the
the finding the lady driver is going to solve a bunch of problems that we've been facing. Like the missing gun, the odd soul, maybe even get a sensible answer of why the person was hanged after he died.
Looks like the frequency dial is absent. It requires a key to work, but the key has been removed, likely by the missing lady driver.
Strange. There are so many radio stations saved here. Must be over 100 at least.
Why would anyone need so many radio
For contacting
stations?
an entire fleet of lorrymen, for example. This is all shortwave, UW and UK. Looks like we are dealing with an impressive organizational tool. The nerve center of a huge operation. With quite a range, too. Doesn't look like it. It's completely inoperable without a dial key.
Can we find a replaceable dial key for that?
The smell of 1,000 cigarettes, some dead actresses, and a rusty old toolbox under the seat. A metallic drawer slides out from the seat. It's empty, except for a folded newspaper. It's an issue of Periphérique from last Wednesday. A piece of paper falls out from its pages. It looks like an article ripped out from a radio enthusiast magazine. Complex mathematical equations explain the basics of something called the ULAN frequency system.
Hey Empress, how's it going? I've been meaning to explore a little bit more on the Sega side of things for when my voice is fully recovered. Like anything that has like text that I constantly need to narrate is kind of off the table right now, but like zero tolerance could be added to that list. And I was thinking Shining Force 2 as well, because we played through most of 3 on the Saturn, but unfortunately like the flashing of the light kind of made it impossible to clear the last stage.
These formulas look oddly painful. Maybe it's the hangover, but they give you a headache.
I honestly, what else do I have for the Mega Drive that could be interesting? Collection. Need to update that list. Not entirely up to date anymore. Let's see. There were a couple of games that I wanted to play on stream at some point. The Phantasy Star games for sure, 2, 3, and 4. But I also have 1 on the Switch, which is probably the best version of that game that you can get. And we should definitely check out Shining Force 2 and Shining in the Darkness. Oh, right, Everything okay there? Just heard something drop in the kitchen. That art looks familiar. For a Citizen Sleeper. Oh, right, I wanted to finally complete Rocket Knight Adventures on stream at some point. That's been on my list. What happened?
The ULAN frequency system? I've never heard of that before. I know of FM, AM, UKV, but...
push into the pull-out toolbox.
Back into its nest. The rest is as it was. Radio, posters, a trace of motor oil smell under all the cigarettes.
No, he's... The person that did that is a comic artist, but I don't remember what that person did.
He closed the rusty old lorry door.
Great. I think we got everything. A word, detective? Before we return to Joyce?
Kanto, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it.
Alright, we've finished here. Let's quickly debrief and go over what we found, so we don't do it in front of the company rep. Honestly, I'm quite worried by what we've seen so far. The evidence seems to point to a rather extensive and well-organized operation.
Just a second. I'm gonna check. The kitchen is alright and Gypsy is alright. Can confirm, Gypsy is alright. Good vibes in here? Well, glad to hear you're enjoying yourself, man. Thank you again for the follow, I appreciate it.
I'm especially intrigued by that radio transmitter, particularly the sheer number of stations it can connect. Looks like this alleged drug trade casts a wide net. I'm not sure what the ULAN frequencies are all about, but they may hold some significance. Perhaps it's a better way to connect between fleets while avoiding frequency bleed, or maybe it's used to tap into RCM networks.
Listening in on your calls between you and your station, a worrying prospect.
And last but not least, it looks like the Hardy Boys knew this driver, as we know that she was present at the lynching. This may be the Union connection we've been searching for.
The probe and the case converged, he thinks. This was quite the find.
What about the movie posters? How did they factor into all of this?
As elegant as they are, I don't think they are relevant to the drug trade.
Don't be fooled. Desire always plays a role.
Yes, well...
Unimportant?
Like Joyce told us, yes, logistically. But don't expect to bust this open during our stay here. At best, this is an angle we can use against them, to other ends, as extra ammunition.
Will the RCM open an investigation into
return
this?
to the murder case. See what Joyce tells us about the lynching. When we are done for the day, I call my station and suggest our narcotics department look into it. There are more than enough grounds to start an official investigation, sometime later when we are done here. We do not want to get caught in that. The fact that one hasn't started already gives me pause. An investigation, I mean. Especially if the Madrid grouping is involved, and I can't imagine they aren't. It's certainly worrisome. All the same, I don't like the idea of internal affairs descending on the matter. That won't help anyone either. Debrief over, after you.
Wait, so... Okay, so what we know so far is that Wild Pines may or may not have had a hand in getting the mercenary over here, after which he got killed in circumstances which are currently unknown. Then, post-mortem, he got strung up on the tree using a construction belt that was used by the Union. Then after confronting the group that might have been responsible for the hanging, they openly admitted to killing him, but it's a little too much. But at the same time, like they're kind of scapegoating for something. They're kind of scapegoating for something, and we're trying to figure out who that is. And I suspect that the lady driver is going to shed some light onto that. Like, obviously the Union is as corrupt as it can be, and... Huh.
I, saw you poking around in Lady Driver's lorry. She in trouble? It's that bad. Man, what should I do? What should I do to help her?
No need for you to do anything. The police are looking into it. Last we want more civilians involved.
Yeah, maybe I should just keep my head down and work on my rhymes while I can.
What's the plan with those rhymes anyway?
Oh, you know. Tommy Leham's gonna be a musician. Sprechgesang, but with beats. I've got a lot of free time on the road to hone my craft.
I mean... Yeah.
Tommy Lam was taken. My real name's Jerry Lafitte. Tommy's way better.
It's more him. The man taps his fingers rhythmically against his arm.
Hit him with your best... Okay, this might be the only safe scum, because this might actually kill a lead that I'm working on. Like, he might be an actual, like, connection to this, but I cannot walk away from a rap battle with 17% chance of dropping sick beats.
Stuck in the rain in a traffic jam, man. What's on your mind?
Your best verse? You don't even have a bad verse in here. Just tumbleweed and liquor stains. Wait, no. What are you doing?
That's brutal, man. But you know, time will...
No, stop. He's already mortified.
That's,
In the name of God, what are you doing?
It's a poem. Just continue.
Yeah, I get it. These are your rhymes. They're from your life. Doesn't matter if they're robust, they're honest. So,
the bar you drop is so bad you get emotional damage from it.
Yes, and I also thank you for stopping.
I am not done yet.
Investigation to return to. How about you do that?
I'm not done yet, Kim. We still have a lot of Disco Elysium. Oh. You won in my heart, Harry. You won in my heart. Chat. Did Harry win this rap battle? Is Kim just a hater after all? Won't need to pick up the trash with all these sick beats I'm dropping. Wow, that was bad even for my standards. Jesus Christ. We try to spit on fire, but you kind of trip on our chair. It happens to the best of us.
The tear machine stands in the corner.
Oh.
Your bottles clunk into...
Oh. That is too good. Oh. Bless you, Harry. You uncompromising force of nature. Just wrap your heart out. It's not about the words, it's about the soul. The bar was a tripping hazard in hell, yet here Harry is loco dancing with demons.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? Yes, my eyes on the harbour have sent word to that effect. What have you discovered?
The jam mystery is the bars we lost along the way.
It doesn't really matter. And I do apologize for the surveillance. Wild Pines can't afford to be blind at a time like this.
So you can spit hot fire, Ray?
In any case, it's a relief to know someone has looked into it. If I may ask, will there be an official investigation? I assume you discovered there is an operation.
She's trying to conceal her excitement, but the slight glimmer in her green eyes tells you otherwise. The lieutenant is about to interject. Cut him off. This decision should be yours.
I'm gonna let the lieutenant handle this. Like,
if there is an investigation,
I really love seeing him work.
Subject to confidentiality. I'm sure you understand.
Of course, detectives. In any case, you've held up your end of our arrangement. I trust you with the rest. Now it's my turn.
And undermine your authority. Fair enough. Pulls out a gun.
I wouldn't normally break protocol like this, but the situation demands it. If you don't solve this murder, I'm afraid we may have a bloodbath on our hands.
That's also fair. They ask you to spit fire and you just oblige.
The words bloodbath sound cold in her mouth. They taste of iron and strawberries.
Iron and strawberries?
Yes. I'm afraid this strike may descend into a small-scale civil war, with possible consequences for all of Rivershoal West.
Since you are sharing, ma'am, this is also the RCM's worst-case scenario.
Then we're on the same page, as grim as it may be.
I've already heard about a connection between the lynching and strike, but I need your testimony.
I have an indirect role to play, I'm sad to say. My employer experienced a momentary lapse of faith in me. In that moment, they elected to deploy a private military contractor.
Okay, so the mercenary was working for Wild Pines.
They called it my security detail.
Momentary lapse of faith?
After I relayed the union's initial offer.
Every worker...
A member of the board. I tried to convince my employer it was simply a piece of rhetoric, or a joke. They did not appreciate the humor. Absolutely not. These mercenaries are muscle, pure and simple. They are meant to intimidate the Union into surrendering.
Who are they, exactly?
Crenell. An Oranese military company. As far as I know, 3 arrived in Martinez. They report to me sporadically, but they do not answer to me.
So there are 2 left.
Our relationship is deteriorating. They wear ceramic armor, have semi-automatic weapons, and years of combat experience. They also have trauma and stressor disorder, and no idea how to conduct themselves in an urban civilian environment.
So, what happened?
The story is, one of them, the colonel, I don't know his real name, sexually assaulted a local woman while he was drunk and separated from his unit. This allowed some of the more militant Union members to subdue him. He was taken out behind the whirling in rags and lynched last Sunday night. Nothing. Mr. Clare refuses to let me into the harbor. I have not been able to discuss this matter with anyone there. The remaining 2 Crenell contractors carry out their orders, for now. It's a smokescreen. In secret, they are conducting an independent military tribunal into the lynching. Once this investigation is concluded, executions will follow.
What is the nature of this so-called investigation?
Whether to execute one, some, or all of the Union militants.
It'll be all of them. The decision is already made.
I have to say, this is not disco.
It is very far from disco. My only hope is that you provide a single, concrete suspect before
I'm gonna take that. I'm gonna run with that.
Pick theirs. Simply put,
That's not very disco of you, ma'am.
if you don't pin this on someone good and do it fast, they will identify and execute everyone present at the lynching. This in turn will force the Union to respond.
They would have to project strength and power.
The Debarder have over 2,000 men. It will be 1,000 to 1.
Have you ever seen a Hornet invade a beehive, Lieutenant? It's not pretty. These men work in tandem using semi and fully automatic firearms. Their armor is virtually impenetrable to muzzle-loaded weapons, even yours. Most Union workers don't have guns at all. As I said, a bloodbath.
Too many things would have to go wrong. This is a pretty bleak scenario describing.
Many bleak scenarios have already come true. Nameless, badgeless detective of the citizens' militia. All we can do is keep the rest from going the same way. One single concrete suspect delivered into civil court, and I may be able to defuse this situation. Not much. Their public resume is relatively good, as far as private military contractors go. I believe they were once called Downwell.
Down a deep, black...
They boast a long list of clients. Saint-Baptiste, Welchman-Lorenz, Eendracht. A warning sign,
Close.
however. The
Close.
operations concerned all take place in third or fourth world countries. Guarding facilities, escort missions and such.
You were close to pronouncing Eendracht right.
Meaning they're used to operate.
Gotta apply the
Yes. All the good conflict corridors. Supramundi, Yesut, the Seminese Islands. Countries that don't have a good record reporting atrocious military conduct on their soil.
Anything else you got
Sadly,
in them?
No. Before this happened, I had
I get the
little
feeling
interest
we've already met one of them.
Now that I do, I don't have the resources. If you still have access to the ICP's database, you could run a better background check than I ever could. It may take some time, though.
Do you know a lot about the inner workings of the RCM and the ICP, ma'am?
In my line of work, it pays to do your research. I was prepared to deal with the RCM. I did not think I'd be dealing with a group like Crenell.
Could you contact the company? Tell them...
I have.
all
And they
off?
will. However, these orders take time to reach what is basically a rogue unit out in the field here. Until they do, it's all on us.
One of the mercenaries. There are 3 total. One of them we found on the tree. Well, we met him, obviously.
Or he didn't. This is information passed on to me from some teenagers loitering around the canal. I cannot testify by it.
I love the lore in this game, the fact that they made an entire world and made it so deep. The thing is, they made it incredibly detailed, yet tell very little about it. It's very localized towards Revachol. I'm not sure, I just believe that we've met him.
The remaining contractors, their tribunal. It's that the man was killed because he assaulted a local woman. I've asked around a bit. This seems to be the accepted story around Martinez.
Accepted story, but maybe not the truth.
The lieutenant consults his notebook, his eyebrows knitted in concentration.
Odd. We haven't heard any reports about an assault in connection
Yes, we
with
have.
lynching. Where did it take place? And when?
On the karaoke stage.
Last Sunday night, at the Whirling in Rags, the hostel by the gates. Supposedly, the colonel was drunk. Maybe on narcotics, too.
Yeah, we had heard this, Kim, in the conversation with the Hardy Boys.
Either way, he's alleged to have sexually assaulted a woman. Sometime later, a group of dock workers got their hands on him.
I think just out of order.
That's a good question, officer. I don't have the slightest idea. As I said, it's a rumor about a rumor. In any case, it's what the colonel's remaining colleagues believe.
There's a karaoke machine in the hotel. There's like a little podium, a stage there, and according to the Hardy Boys, there was one of the women that was with the Hardy Boys was singing, and the colonel apparently copped a feel.
You'll meet her soon enough, you feel.
Is Colonel the one who was hanged? Did you know him?
If you mean did I see him alive? Yes. But I did not know him.
You don't know how you know. It's not written on her face, nor in her voice. But she had sympathy for this man.
Liked is a bit strong. He was the most charismatic among them. He handled all the talking. His departure left a major gap in the group's communication skills. Lely, his service name, a nom de guerre, most likely. He wouldn't divulge his full name. Only one of them did. A bad sign if there ever was one.
Tell me about the others first.
One is a man, Corty, they call him, a nickname as well. The other a woman, Phyllis DePaul. Corty is the gunner, I believe. DePaul is a radio operator.
God, I feel like one of the people we met is the mercenary.
What would you say was his eye color? The deceased.
She closes her eyes, trying to picture the man's face, then shakes her head.
I can't remember.
That's all right, ma'am. Anything else? Nationality? What would you say was his age?
He was 40 or 50. It's hard to say which. He had a combat injury on his lower jaw. It made it difficult to estimate his age.
My Inland Empire, yes.
Gauge his facial expressions.
Indeed. This matches the dental reconstruction we saw on the body. What else? Nationality? Accent?
He was, Occidental, I think. Light brown hair, a mixed accent, Oranese, or Messinian, maybe. His injury gave him an accent all his own. In a way, it was humanizing. He had to learn to speak through it. Through the injury. That's all I know, I guess. I only met him once.
Must be hard to force your face to move in a new fashion. If you continue like this, you'll have an aneurysm. Then you'll have to.
They've gone to ground, as it were. I don't recommend seeking them out. For one, they're almost certainly armed to the teeth.
Okay, so we're pretty sure that the lorry driver is operating against these mercenaries, so that's...
They don't have the same respect for the Revachol citizens' militia as I do. To put it bluntly, they think you're vigilantes. Ghetto savages. It will not be a fruitful meeting.
Vigilantes. You're a professional officer of the only legitimate authority in Revachol.
Where does theirs come from?
Somehow, I doubt that lecturing them on the legitimate use of force will persuade them to stand down.
We will need to know where they're
You're likely to run into them eventually. When that happens, I'll be in a better position to mediate if I don't appear involved.
One is obviously the scab leader at the harbor gates. The one chanting the idiotic slogans. He's barely maintaining his disguise. The other has a vantage point in a building south of the roundabout. They were keeping tabs on you while you were canvassing the lorry drivers.
I have been brought food. One must be the goon in ill-fitting work clothes by the harbor gates, the scab leader.
That may be so. I still hope you heed my advice. There's no need to kick the hornet's nest.
Not until I get more information, but... God, there was a voice in the back of my head constantly saying, you met one person that was out of place. And there had to be someone in the story that didn't fit. I just didn't know who.
For all your talk of averting this catastrophe, the situation at the gate is a powder keg. Does this not bother you?
Of course it bothers me, Lieutenant. But my hands are tied. How would my employer react if it appeared I were intervening on behalf of the Union?
Your concern may be appearances. Ours is keeping the peace.
One's probably building overlooking the roundabout, roundabout. Fuck! It's the lady in the hotel.
That would afford a good vantage point. In any case, it's practically inaccessible.
You need to get through the blue door to get up on the roof.
Where is your radio for contacting them, if I may ask? Do you have an earpiece?
Heavens no. I'm not an undercover agent. There's a shortwave at the ship's wheel.
God, this
I hope I
game,
can
man.
answer it better.
How much time do we
The
have?
executions start? Truthfully, I don't know. It depends on their progress identifying the members of the lynch mob and their impatience.
They don't report their progress to you?
Not on this matter. I'm afraid they consider this a personal initiative.
5 days, not more. Maybe sooner.
It's a matter of days, not weeks. I am sorry to have been the bearer of bad news. If there is anything else I can help you with, please ask. Of course. Excuse my hesitation before.
For about half a minute, in silence.
It was taken with a trigette not long ago. This is the man's upper body. There were no more markings on his hands or legs.
Her mouth is relaxed. The accordion lines near her mouth vanish. The pearls of her eyes move slowly on the photo's surface.
Have you read anything in the bookstore? I have read a couple of books, yeah.
She has no excess of emotions for this cadaver. Has she seen dead bodies before? It's likely.
What do you think?
Sorry. I was trying to see if I can read the web of interdependencies between these points. The stars. I can't. But that's how you read this story. The points themselves don't have letters, numbers, anything. Their size, location on the body, and distance from each other tells you what they represent.
Like stars in the sky?
Place. Port cities. This is an Oronese map of the waterways, a sailor's tattoo worn by wayfarers of the Dolorian century. Over 300 years ago, the sailors would mark their bodies to map their travels.
What's the use of this map?
The sailor's soul would use it to fly back home if they should die abroad.
God, the world
This is
building.
a sort of contraption to be reeled back in by. The silver cord, they would call it.
Where is he now?
I can talk to the body,
The times
sort
have
of.
changed.
What travels did the dead man
Quite
make?
a few. Vredefort, the Oranese capital, traditionally stands on the right shoulder. He started somewhere near here, I think.
What next?
Then he made his way to the Pretto Grande, through what I think must be the Stutz Canal, an artificial channel through the Occident. From the Pretto, he sailed to the Insulindic Ocean, first the Semines Islands.
It's
then this.
like she is really close to pronouncing things like on the mark, but you can tell that the voice actress is not used to pronouncing it in a specific way. But to be fair, like the Dutch language also has a lot of harsh tones that don't translate very well into English in particular. But in this case, Vredefort. She does do a fantastic job. Reminds me of the time that I started playing Metal Gear Solid 5, and you get to the Africa portion of the game, and you start to hear Afrikaans around you. And that is a branching language from Dutch as a leftover from colonialization periods. And so for a lot of things in the game, you were not supposed to understand what they were saying, but because I'm Dutch, I could like understand like everything that was going on in the camp. And it was really funny.
Revachol. Those are the two constants. Vredefort on the shoulder, and Revachol in the heart. They started the tradition of these maps right after the discovery of Insulinde, at the dawn of the Inter-Easlary Age.
You said you can't read it.
I can't. This man was no sailor, and these are no ports. I can understand geographic fragments, but not their meaning.
Somewhere in an office lit by a single green desk lamp, Captain Ptolemaeus Price, 58, bald and bespectacled, is writing in a ledger on his desk. Rows and rows of days and weeks, laconic remarks in a single column. Patrol, case, vacation, injured. In Martinez looking into Krenel, he writes in one. Then the man puts down his pen and rubs his temples with both hands. Outside, there is a siren. Distant gunshots on the streets of the Jamrock Quarter.
That makes sense to me. We have no more use for a map of the waterways, just like we don't need sailors the way we used to. This is what the custom would morph into on the Occident. Mercenary tattoos.
What can you tell me more?
Platoon members? The other contractors. Though I do not suggest you go and show them that picture.
Oh, I'm gonna.
This man was their friend and comrade.
It could go this or the other way. Maybe if you're tactful, it could be beneficial.
Do what you have to do, Detective. I don't think deciphering that tattoo should come before public security. But if you should wade into the mob to find out, I couldn't stop you.
We will be careful, ma'am.
Is there anything else I can help you with?
I'm glad I finally got to decipher the tattoos.
Mazovian socio-economics.
God, that art. I built some communism.
0% of communism has been built. Evil child-murdering billionaires still rule the world with a shit-eating grin. All he has managed to do is make himself sad. He is starting to suspect Krasmezov fucked him over, personally, with his socio-economic theory. It has, however, made him into a very smart boy with something like a university degree in truth. Instead of building communism, he now builds a precise model of this grotesque, duplicitous world.
I got some bonuses from this. the very least. Some, not all. Why did the controller vibrate here? It's getting close to night. Yeah, it's still Revachol. Like the days don't change. You just you're just experiencing it at a different time. Fuck. What is the next step? This can blow up in my face though if I'm not careful. Let's ask the corpse some questions.
The bear's eyes are still glowing red. It's guarding.
Shoot, Looney Rooney. Come back later, Corporal. Amuse yourself with my frank manners and my memento mori features.
Yep. We found a fridge large enough to store the corpse in. I've been rolling like shit on the... oh, wait, I can do another check. Hang on. What did I need to level up for that? I can make that a better chance.
The bear's eyes are still glowing red.
Perception.
It's guarding over the freezing corpse hidden inside its belly.
Put another point in perception.
The bear's eyes are still glowing red.
83%. Watch this fail.
Corpse hidden inside its belly.
What is my perception?
Your arms reach out and your eyes close.
Finally.
As if by their own volition. It's dark all around. You feel cold, slippery flesh. First with your fingertips, then under the palm of your hand. His face, his cheeks, his nose, his fat, swollen lips. Like a spider, your hand crawls over his features. Everything is silent. They are swollen shut. You need to really push to get in. Only the little one fits. The flesh changes shape as you bore in, searching for something in the cartilage. The thing you're looking for, it's not there. Crawl out, spider.
Also, Gypsy, the food is really good.
Bouncer!
Also that.
A ball-like tongue attaches itself to the base of the mouth, lolling around like a scallop. You're on the right track. The tongue moves freely in the cavity. The mucus of the mouth is slippery, delicate to touch. From the soft meat, teeth are budding. Hard pearls of bone in the gums. And in the back of the mouth. Can you feel it? You're so close. Rip his jaws open now. Look in. A vision of black and dark red death, pried open by your naked hands and studded with teeth. Looks like he's laughing. Death fumes rising from the throat, and there, in the back of his mouth, above the bell of the uvula, right in the soft palate, you see a hole, barely visible to the human eye. It is swollen shut, almost vanished. No larger than 0.4 centimeters in radius, the edges appear darkened.
Keep going.
A black trickle of liquid runs into his throat from the wound. Your index fits right in there. A tight tunnel of flesh opens up. Tissue damage. Wide enough for 2 fingers. As you push both in, you reach through his mouth, right into his brainstem. Yes, that's what this part is called. You've seen the drawings. You've studied them. The basal ganglia feels clumpy. What entered here has torn apart his reptilian complex. The funk soul brother at the back of his head has gone dark forever. Your fingers slide into the remains of his limbic system. There is no resistance. It's gelatinous. The slug-like structures are damaged too. The tearing extends deep into both hemispheres. The ululations of the limbic system have ended. All is quiet. The lieutenant answers with the sound of his pen on paper. Your fingers are all the way in now, reaching toward the inside of his skull. The cavity goes further, but the entry wound isn't wide enough for the rest of your hand to follow. All the muscles in your body harden. Time to enter him. Your fingers reach toward his skull. His cerebral cortex feels like jelly. Cold jelly. Strange fluid streams down your wrist as you push deeper until you feel it on the tip of your finger.
Good thing I'm wearing gloves.
Sharp, serrated material. The edges cut right into your skin. The pain is barely noticeable under the adrenaline rush.
Can you get to it?
There's a tiny crack, a protrusion in the cranium, right in the back of his head. Your finger must be pointing straight at it, from the inside.
We have the makings of a very small exit wound here.
Shit.
You push your hand further in. Whatever is in there keeps rolling between your fingers as you beckon it to come out.
A little help, Lieutenant?
Out comes his small folding knife. The lieutenant moves its blade across the
I'm
man's
actually eating,
skull,
right? Very
searching
tasty.
for the exit wound.
Withdraw your hand 4 centimeters, please.
With a crack, he punches the knife in the skull. Then, one more time. And
Oh, that is really gnarly.
like eggshell. Inside, you feel the jelly move.
It's such an
from his
accurately
poking.
sounding scraping noise.
Can you push it out?
A small flower of metal blossoms from the man's head, followed by your finger.
No, the audio was in the back of the head.
A bullet. Unknown caliber. Rifled. You may remove your hand from the victim's head now, officer. Well done. Here is your prize. We need to add an item to the injury list. Injury number 4. Oval entry wound with an abrasion color. Soft palate, back of mouth.
He shot himself.
High velocity. Temporary cavity in brain tissue. Small exit wound on the occiput. How does that sound? Opinion, fatal injury. And one last thing. We can now fill in injury number 3. Ligament mark. Opinion, non-fatal. Post-mortem. Treatment. As I said, treatment is an attempt to manipulate the body after death, to hide the real cause with a false cause. In this case, this injury here. Yes, and the belt around his neck, the hanging, even dragging him to the yard. All of it was done after this man was already dead. I have had my doubts since you showed me the tracks. Why did they carry him over? Why not march him, I thought. There was no satisfying explanation. There have been other signs too. Small things. We were right not to assign hanging as cause of death, as the perpetrators expected we would. No such luck for them.
We didn't fall for it, he thinks. There's pride in there.
Wait. Did we get a direction where the exit wound was located? Was the exit wound in the mouth or in the covered in blood and cerebral cortex?
That's for us to find out. But this, it will make finding them just a little easier. To hide something. The real killer, the real motivation, What really happened here? Oh, you really do. I am glad to hear you say that. Your room in the Whirling in Rags should come with a bathroom. Be sure to make use of it in the evening. Yes, we should take a closer look at it. I am certain it has more to tell us.
This little thing could reveal much about the weapon that shot it.
We bag the corpse and carry him to the holding pen of my kinema. I can transport him to processing myself, but I will be gone for the rest of the day. Work on the case. Tend to personal matters. Try not to do anything too dangerous. An officer needs backup in a neighborhood like this. I'll leave that choice to you. And one more thing. Great work, detective.
The word lingers in the air of the basement. Far away, ice cream makers are buzzing, and the sea wind blows outside. Detective.
After you bag the corpse, Lieutenant Kitsuragi will leave the party until tomorrow morning. You can do side tasks, and even the main case, but it might be more difficult. Plan his exit accordingly.
I thought we decided to leave it to processing. Let's not turn this into some kind of service. All right.
There go those beautiful enamel boots. You will never own the full set now. May they rest in processing.
I will need a little help carrying him. You take the hands.
All right. Well, the corpse is gone now. So, suspect number 1, the strike leader. Suspect number 2 is, let's see if she's still there. That lady. So I'm gonna see if I have still haven't found the gun. That lady, not rat lady. She might be a rat. I don't know. First, let's get the cerebral cortex off of her body, shall we?
This is not the cleanest bathtub in the world, but it's cleaner than you are right now. That soap scum smell. It smells like life, at least compared to you. The bathtub slowly fills with water. The water beckons. The water is only lukewarm, but still comforting, like amniotic fluid. A few beer cans are bobbing up and down along your flanks, like sad duckies. You feel nice and lonely, and so tired. Now you are alone with your thoughts in the tub. But it's easier than being alone with your thoughts outside the tub.
Yeah, we needed some extra intelligence points, so we got someone else's brain.
They're not even really thoughts, just assorted sensations. None of them acute enough to focus on. Your fingers grow pale and are covered with tiny whirls as the water cools. What are you doing? You're not some fat fish in a fucking aquarium. Time to get moving.
Well, you don't fat shame my fish. They're pretty well fed, but they're not fat.
You see the corpse. You can still smell the cadaver on you. It's going to take more than one bath to get rid of that stench. Then, houses along a narrow street. A video rental. Darkness on the planet's curvature. You see the corpse. Then, houses along a narrow street. The waterline recedes as you stand. You are cold now. Your clothes stick to your still moist skin.
Well, that was a good 5-minute bath. Wait, what's that? Start cleaning the room. wasn't one of my best moments.
The door is closed.
I still feel like that is going to be the room where the mercenary stayed.
The tear machine. Your bottles clunk.
Yeah. Look at me saving the environment one bottle at a time. Okay, so what do we still have though? So we still haven't found our badge. We haven't found out who put the clothes in the trash. Haven't found out who. Still haven't found this one. Smoker in the balcony. Visit apartment 28 sometime after 2100. See if anyone's home. I feel like this might be a good thing for tomorrow. I admire the dedication of Kuno, or at least Kuno's voice actor, to the bit, but the bit gets old real quick. Like, real quick.
Fuck does Kuno care? The fuck do you want with it? Good call, Pigmeister. Don't come and talk to Kuno about his kingdom. Kuno does...
Alright, okay, so what are my options here?
Hello, sir. How is the investigation going? Found any curses yet?
I found my way into the doomed commercial area.
Great. I hope exciting adventures lie ahead. And maybe you can help Mother become less afraid.
Who are these famous
kings
people?
And queens and generals of old, or artists and writers, or musicians, those kinds of people. There's usually something extraordinary about them. I think that's why people read them, to find the secrets of their fame.
Seems like most people who read those books fail to get more famous from reading them.
But it does make the famous people more famous.
They're all dogs. Annette's expression remains ever so helpful, but she doesn't say anything.
Okay. It's the type of book where there's a rich lady and she has to choose between the good man and the bad man. Or there could be a story about a poor lady getting a rich man. It's about man and lady business, sir. It happens. But usually the guy gets rich in the process, or should actually be rich himself, but has lost his family property unjustly, like during the revolution or something. Those are unhappy books, for most of the pages. People sad about what they have lost, but then it all turns out just fine in the end. These are not very common. You can't have a choice between bad and bad. Nobody wants to read a story like that.
Is it meat pinata if you use it as target practice, though?
Well, maybe then it's fine. Maybe if the lady then decides not to pick either, because she doesn't need a bad man. Yes, that would be interesting. That's really not a proper romance story. That's more like everyday life. Not in romance books, sir. These are about nice and pretty people, and everyone is happy in the end.
What about a book where the man and lady business doesn't work at all? She needs a
I
bad
haven't
man.
read many of those. Maybe you should ask Mum. I'm sure she can help out. Maybe some about other books?
Like maybe he's willing to talk.
Looking for something to read.
Or she.
It is. I know you are. What with?
Do you need help?
My husband? No, he's not.
So where could he be?
I don't know. At home now? Out drinking with his friends?
So what I'm hearing is you don't really know where your husband
Yes,
is.
but I don't really need to know where my husband is. Not all the time.
Would you like
No.
to? I could totally help find your missing
Why are we
husband.
still talking about this? I haven't lost my husband.
She has, though. The husband is totally lost. You should tell her that it's okay.
What?
It's alright to not know where your husband is. Nothing shameful
Who
in
said
that.
anything about shame? Stop talking down to me. My husband is not missing.
But he is. You can feel it.
Maybe your children are
Absolutely
missing.
not. Are you a policeman or a nanny? They are not missing, sir.
You know where they are. They're at home, smoking, giving the ladder of vices a chance. What if something horrible has happened? What if they're dead? That's the bad vibe you got before.
What if they're in the sewers?
That's just... My daughters are perfectly fine. They're with their friends down in Shamrock. There's nothing to worry about.
She's getting upset. Her voice has risen as she tries to convince herself that her daughters are safe.
They're almost grown up now anyway. They're past the age they need me protecting them from everything now. My youngest girl, Jolie, is just shy of 16. Jenny, she is turning 18 next month. But we shouldn't even be talking about them.
Just can you give me a description of your daughters in case I find a dead body?
Why do you need to know this? Haven't I repeatedly told you that they're not missing? That they're in Shamrock, safe and well, at some stupid party?
Well, what Kim doesn't know, won't change his opinion of me. How's it going, spiders?
Did someone say party? You could use a party. Hunt it down.
There is no investigation here. I can tell you that.
Maybe you're a cockatoo.
I don't mean to disrespect, sir, but you are being a bit of a cockatoo here.
I was asking about your cockatoo.
I
It's
don't
missing.
even have a cockatoo. And guess what? Even if I had, it wouldn't be missing. Great. Nothing. Go read up on
Son
it,
of a
so-
bitch!
There's a great book in the bookstore.
I just imagine that being his reaction when the woman tells him, like, I don't have a cockatoo. It's like, son of a bitch! Oh.
Maybe you should. What if the cockatoo is your astral captain? Or your heraldic bird?
Wonderful. The store is open.
Her hands move over the book covers. The woman...
Oh, this game, man. It's yeah, exactly.
A small mountain of colorful board game
Hey Garland, how's it going?
There are numerous types of games for all ages. A lot of...
Wonderful board games, sir.
The Viticulturist is a classic for sure, or perhaps you'd like Archipelagos of Insular Lido,
Euro
a very
games
educational game for those interested in geography.
blast.
Browbritter is a fun game of economic competition, but can get quite intense after a while. We have games for
Oh,
the
I
whole
love that this
family.
game is just like
Play with your children.
fucking Euro games. Weird game. Victory points. How's it going, Nova? I'm glad we watched the same ProZD skit.
Who are you going to play board games with? Do you have friends or family?
Whoa, I have children?
It certainly feels like whatever you are will die with you.
Friends are technically like family. For playing with friends, I'd recommend Suzerainty. It's a civilization building game where you build a civilization, then set off to brutally colonize and repress other civilizations. It'll cost 12 real.
No, I'll just stick to Twilight Imperium, thank you very much.
Lousy auras there. No, role-playing games are popular among those types. You know, who are into those kind of things.
I just
Personally, I don't
realized
like
that she is a reference to the Satanic Panic.
I've heard they turn people into occult enthusiasts. That they have rituals.
How did I just realize that?
Highly immoral stuff. You can still buy them though.
An endless variety of source books, lore books, and codices litter the table. The topmost book is titled Welkin Compendium, 2nd edition. There's also a large hardbound tome with intricate cover art, The Hunters of Katawak, Boreal Creature Compendium, and a Pick Your Path adventure gamebook titled Tales of Wirral, Cavern of Velkrag. There's a box that says Wirral, 3rd edition Mega Setting Supplements module. The side panel notes, a fantastique adventure board game, new maps and miniatures. A sticker on it displays 25 real. Nonsense for anemic Beano-clads.
I wasn't trying to get that, but I'm really happy I finally got to reference.
The display rack is brimming with worn paperbacks featuring an extremely muscular, sword-wielding barbarian on the cover. Nearly all the titles contain the word Heimdall somewhere. Rows and rows of Heimdall men blur your vision. You make out some titles. Man from Heimdall and the Mammoth Riders. Man from Heimdall, Return to Heimdall. And the solipsistic Man from Heimdall and the Heimdall Man. Maybe 100. Man from Heimdall and the sages at the end of the world. Man from Heimdall and the false god. Man from Heimdall and the scorched earth. Man from Heimdall, the Heimdall colonies. Man from Heimdall and the swamp beast. Man from Heimdall and the snow crabs.
Yo, I want to read about the snow crabs.
Those snow crabs are worse than they sound. Not even close.
Oh, hell
Man
yeah, it
from
goes on.
Heimdall in hell. Man from Heimdall
In hell.
and the forest of slaves. Man from Heimdall under the lake. Man from Heimdall, Heimdall burning. There's even the Trial of Death, a pastoral combat gamebook set in the world of Heimdallaman, and so much more.
Tell me about the Muscle Man books.
A twinge at the back of your head makes you flinch. Your eye starts twitching.
Why? Double sixes on that.
Your hand reaches toward a book with glossy cover art of the very muscular man from Heimdall in chains, kneeling in front
do tell
of a
me more.
staircase leading to a throne. A woman sits on the throne, leering. She's laughing at him, belittling him. Between the throne and the Heimdallaman lies a bonfire, casting shadows on the wall. The shadow of the woman's headdress looks like a pair of devil horns. The title reads, Man from Hjelmdal and the Devil Woman.
My dedication to Arnie movies is finally paying off.
Especially those leering types who seem to wear nothing but an armored bikini. There's also some sort of a snake lizard beast slithering around her abdomen, chest, shoulder region. The display rack before you is burdened under piles of Man from Hjelmdal novels.
It is a bestseller for a reason.
I cannot resist the Austrian burly man.
These shelves are overburdened with books from the same series. You see the name Dick Mullen over and over. A couple of spook novels hide amidst all the detective books. Thrilling tales of spycraft and daring do.
I don't want to read about cockatoos.
A sulfur-crested cockatoo sits on the cover.
Yeah!
Its beak slightly open. It looks as if the bird is calling out the book title. From A to Zurich, a guide to a well-behaved cockatoo. Turns out that there are so many different cockatoo species, and they all have behavioral problems. Turns out that there are so many different cockatoo species, and they all have behavioral problems.
It's a must-have if you own a cockatoo. I've heard they're quite capricious.
Slowly, you move your hand toward the tome of cockatoos. Before you reach the book, you're interrupted.
Sir, no touching the merchandise. People like their books pristine, not handled by God knows who.
My own goddamn business how I handle my cockatoos. Damn it, I'll take my business elsewhere. Meh. Can I actually interact with the... I can read it!
The edges of the pages are worn and smudged. A lot of people have read about the Devil Woman's altercations with the Hjelmdal man. The jacket copy proclaims, Man from Hjelmdal returns in his most exciting adventure yet. After crashing into a strange jungle, cannibalistic natives abduct his only surviving comrade, Noble Tyribald. Before Man from Hjelmdal can mount a rescue, he is ambushed by a tribe of female warriors and taken to the ancient citadel of Cloud City, where a mysterious and wicked queen rules supreme. Will Man from Hjelmdal be able to escape his dire situation and find his missing friend?
First name, Man. Last name, from Hjelmdal.
You open the book to a random page. Man from Hjelmdal, wielding his two Zweihanders, is carving through a sea of savages, his visage fixed in grim determination. His arms, whirling like windmills, are soaked with the blood of his enemies. Mangled corpses
the Arnold mosh pit.
Battlefield. You flip to the copyright page. This book was written in 38.
Oh shit, gritty and heroic.
Berserker rage burns in his azure-hued eyes as he brings glory and honor to his long-lost Hjelmdala tribe. From the village of Hjelmdal, the ivory giant roars like an ice bear, and the winds of Gatla howl out his name. Man from Hjelmdal rides on a gilded griffin, his golden mane billowing in the breeze. Both Zweihanders sheathed on his back. He is off to war. Will he conquer his enemies? Will he conquer himself? The steel muscles of Man from Hjelmdal gleam in the humid jungle air. Yet the man does not sweat. In meditation, his soul drifts in the frigid northlands he calls home.
Holy shit.
A passage reads, The man from Hjelmdal looks up, his eyes blue as the mountain lakes of his homeland. He rarely speaks, but now his voice booms in the darkened throne room. Do not try to sap my masculine essence, wicked temptress. son of Yelmdal will never succumb to your seductive wiles. Thine spells are no match for purity and strength of will. Brothers of Yelmdal, stand above the vices of flesh, for it is weak and corruptible, yet mine is forged in gore and strife. Queen Lydiana just laughs, a sultry and salacious sound, then says, I have grand plans for you, man from Heimdall. She gestures her diabolical hand toward an array of potions and unguents. First, you shall please me. Then lead my armies against the vicious cannibals. Not a muscle moves in the face of the man from Heimdall. Yet inside, there is turmoil. This goes against all he holds sacrosanct. In the final pages, man from Heimdall mounts Gallavarin, his mighty griffin, and turns his gaze to the horizon. Queen Lydiana is dead, but an army of cannibals is storming the gates, and still there's no word of trusty Tyribald. To find out what happens next, you'll have to pick up Man from Heimdall and the Three-Eyed Skull, available in fine bookstores everywhere.
Shit. Now we gotta get the sequel.
The display rack is brimming with worn paper.
Oh, Man from Heimdall. A very popular series of adventure novels. They're awfully immoral and violent books. Blood and violence, scantily clad women, epic narratives, all those mystical things he encounters. They're bound to grab those with little imagination and nothing to do. What does it matter? They're all the same. However, the customer is always right, they say. If you're a novice of the series, I'd recommend Heimdallaman, the Man from Heimdall. It's supposed to be a good introduction to the series.
Isn't that already the one we have, though?
Rows and rows of Heimdallaman. The display rack before you is...
Isn't that the one we already have? Oh no, it's a different one. Oh, we gotta get that.
The display rack is brimming.
Oh yes, certainly. Another good sale.
Alright, I'm gonna go to my room and read a book. I was able to afford my room for the next day. You know what? Do you have enough money for that room? We'll worry about that later. We'll have to read Heimdall Man. It's important, okay? Is this where I get money? Now I can afford the room. All right, we need more stories.
The cover of this tattered paperback features the man from Heimdall, standing atop a pile of bloody corpses. His two Zweihanders are crossed over his massive chest in a dramatic X, their blades dripping with gore. Behind him rise the harsh, snow-capped peaks of his native Northlands. In bold red letters, the title, Heimdallaman, the man from Heimdall, unfurls like a banner. In the foreground, a nearly nude woman lies spread in supplication, her privates strategically covered by her flowing black hair. These images speak to something burbling deep within you. Quick, Find someone or something that needs to be gutted, beheaded, impaled on a spike.
Why is this my fight or flight response to reading about Conan?
The back blurb reads, his latest adventure serves as the perfect introduction to the savage Heimdall saga. Meet man from Heimdall, his faithful blood brother Tyribald, the noble Lord Hrothgar, and some of their most fearsome foes yet, for the Northlands. For Heimdall. Below, in smaller font, you see the parenthetical, adapted from Man from Eildal and the Necromancer's Treasure. Man from Eildal, Lord of Hrothgar, and Man from Eildal, the Curse of Nakthera.
I need to know more.
The story opens in media res. The man from Heimdall and his band of northern reavers are in the bowels of an ancient temple, surrounded by an army of gibbering wights, led by the deathless necromancer. One by one, the brave Northmen fall to the relentless crush of undead, only to join their number as reanimated corpses. By nightfall, only the man from Eondal and his blood brother, noble Tyribald, are left standing against the dead horde. It is an honor to die by your side, brother, Tyribald cries, as his battle axe beheads one of their reanimated
We should ban all books in
comrades.
video games. Wow, they're in trouble now.
9, Tyribald. The man from Heimdall bellows over the army of flesh and bone. Have courage for the Northlands. For Heimdall. He leaps to the mezzanine to face the black-eyed figure, and like a mad ice bear,
This man needs to read audiobooks.
Zweihanders,
Stop.
Sturm, and Drang. He plows through the ranks of the deathless, surrounding the
Of course.
necromancer.
Yeah, apparently so, Gypsy.
And with deadly finesse,
He goes on a feverish rampage
scissors
whenever
the
he sees
necromancer's head from its body. The
bookstore owner.
legions collapse like rag dolls as the dark magic leaves them, and the two Northmen stand alone in their cursed temple, where the bodies of
I
their
shall
lost
write my own
brothers
book with
litter
your
the floors.
blood.
A few chapters later, the man from Heimdall and Tyribald are in a completely different setting, high above an arid desert, riding a pair of griffins that always seem to appear at narratively convenient moments.
Some shade thrown in the general direction of the Lord of the Rings there.
The Northmen find themselves in the court of a powerful southern king, Lord Hrothgar. The old king beseeches the man from Heimdall to rid his kingdom of the Nakthera, a subterranean clan of blind wizards who traded their souls for demonic powers. The man from Heimdall extracts a high price from the desperate king. He asks land for the homeless desert pygmies living exiled in the kingdom's borderlands. Hrothgar offers the hand of his eldest daughter instead, but the son of winter does not budge.
And why is the man of Heimdall doing any of
What
this?
do you mean?
Why is he doing all of this?
Because the flame of justice burns bright within his chest.
Because justice.
Above all, he's driven to bring honor to the name of his beloved Heimdall. Because his noble Cutlan blood lusts for glory and conquest. It cannot be denied.
Fair enough.
You skip past a section detailing an elaborate banquet with many toasts, as well as the long and perilous journey from Hrothgar's keep to the ancient forest of Yesdor, where our heroes infiltrate the Nakthera's dire hall. In the center of the
Not
great
just
hall
any hall.
stands a blood altar on which a pair of Nakthera are disemboweling a shrieking peasant, an unholy rite that empowers the Nakthera forbidden magic. As the vile ceremony ends, the sound of steel unsheathing draws the Nakthera's attention to a pair of cloaked figures standing in the doorway. This is what you came for, isn't it? A climatic bloodletting where men are reduced to muscle and fury.
Yes.
Swiftly, the visitors toss off their cloaks and unsheathe glimmering northern steel. It's the man from Heimdall and his valiant blood brother.
Whoa, I did not see that coming.
In an instant, Nakthera summon a horde of gibbering orcanoids who rush our heroes, The hall fills with the clang of blades and the screams of the dying as the floor goes slick with steaming orcanoid viscera. When the din of battle settles, only the man from Heimdall and Terrible remain standing. Exhausted and dripping with the entrails of their foes, the two Northmen confront the foul Nactera. The man from Heimdall's soda-like blue eyes fill with indescribable fury. For the Northlands, he cries, rushing headlong into a desperate melee.
Got him up!
He probably is, but you can't be sure, cause this one ends in a cliffhanger and a footnote saying, to be continued in
Son of a bitch.
Heimdall at the gates of tomorrow. Coming soon to your local bookstore. Considering the sheer amount of different Heimdallaman books out there, it's very unlikely you're ever gonna find the sequel. The man from Heimdall stares at you on the cover, his face fixed in
I can't believe the man from Heimdall gave me 5 experience points. Just can't believe it. Unacceptable. I thought I could move there. Oh, no, there.
This door is made of metal.
Alright, I have to come back at 9 and probably have to be in a different area for this to load, so... Considering how this is built. So the body is gone. Take it. Take it. Also locked. What's in here? Ooh, another balcony. Wait, we've been here before, haven't we? Ooh, there's a lot of stuff that I haven't interacted with.
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural? Ooh, not only have you found my address, you've discovered my biggest secret. I'm a coal miner.
She does have eyes that seem to be smeared with coal.
Does anyone in a city like this?
If there's pain about any particular home she's lost, she's buried it deep, fortified herself against it.
Yes, I keep hoping a shaft will collapse on me, but somehow it never happens. It doesn't have to do anything at all. Nothing does. Shoot, Piggy. It's what you do, isn't it? What do I care about some fucking tin eggshells? Ugh, alright, sad Piggy. I'll give you this one. I saw a little girl in the fishing village running around with military-grade
Fishing village, fishing village.
Cute as hell. If you haven't been there, the village is a shithole down the coast from the main plaza. Have a good time! No. That's all the snitching Cindy the Skull does for today. Actually, I don't even know why I told you what I just told you. I have a weakness for animals. It's the animal thing again. Damn it.
Ooh. I'm one step closer to more Yelmdall. This is an important discovery. Ooh. Ooh. Goes into Yelmdall Fund. Almost. New book is 9 real. I'm nearly there. Oh, I maybe got a sad book. Can I interact with the sad book? I can!
In your hands, you hold 16 days of coldest April.
Oh, we gotta do a book read with this background music.
Shows a row of concrete apartments
We gotta.
which span a black and white rainbow. Indeed, the book is unusually heavy in your hands, as though the cover were lined with lead. It would do that in Grad. You flip through the book. The pages are thinner than you realized, and the type quite small and tightly set. It's nearly 600 pages long.
That's a good read.
The back cover is dominated by a black and white photograph of the author. She can't be much older than her mid-30s in this photograph, and yet, from this cover, the eyes of a sad old woman stare back at you. In cold, detached prose, the author describes a scene from one of the Yugograd riots in the 20s. Youths overturned motor carriages and set trash cans ablaze, while heavily armored guardsmen dash in and disperse them in a flurry of baton blows. As ethnic tensions run wild, a pair of young lovers meet each other on the street. Some, it would physically hurt you to keep reading. Are you sure?
Yes.
Fuck it. Do it. It can't be worse than what you've already felt. They go through a brief and somewhat awkward love affair, and in the end, they betray each other and succumb to the absurdity of Gradian life. The man becomes a lens grinder, completely abandoning his former existence. He toils through the daily drudgery at the Lenka polyfabricate. Happiness and fulfillment have eluded him his whole life. And in the end, he has nothing to do but dedicate himself to the craft. She spends the next
Hey, chicken
several
flippers, how's it
decades
going?
standing at a conveyor in a Sosnovo fish processing plant. The smell of fish guts slowly seeps into her hair and skin, as every single one of her dreams dies, one by one. The memory of their short time spent together tortures the former lovers ceaselessly until the end of their days. Years pass in solitude, their bodies growing ever more decrepit as life leaves their remains between the soil sheets. Their final thoughts are filled with regret. Good stuff. I fucking loved this.
Mortally wounded. Just emotionally scarred to death by a book. That said though, I do need to... I am gonna save here just in case I get a lot of damage from stuff. Although I can pop some pills in between conversations, right? Hello? There you go.
This door is no one. Looks like he isn't home. You should. No one answers. Looks like he isn't.
Aw, man. Do we really not have anything to do until tomorrow? Down to Coast who knows something about the armored glove. Well, I can read up on cockatoos now if I want to. I wonder if the bookstore is still open. Wow, that's dedication. Let's read about birds. Ah, they are closed. Here it is, the karaoke bit that I mentioned. What is that door, though?
The bed is still cold from the broken window, and not too inviting. But it's yours. You've earned it.
And I don't smell
the bed is
like cerebral
cold
cortex
from the wind blowing in from the broken window. The mattress creaks as you close your eyes and try your hardest to fall asleep.
Oh, the second
Here
dream.
we are again, my broken bud. The waves are coming, carrying you away. But you can't go. No, you have to stay. Always half aware of yourself. You're not cooperating, brother man. It's your disgusting body. Even through your sleep you feel a vague discomfort suffusing it. Your belly and your sides are unpleasantly tender. You wish you could curl up into a fetal ball of safety. But you cannot, because of the pain.
And there's a lot of it, ever present in your organs. It's like every one of them has their own nasty song to sing. Every cell in your body is moaning in agony, asking, what did we ever do?
Don't you start shit limbic system.
Yes, your body is a system, and it's failing you because you're failing it.
I thought it was on the express to the
Now
silence.
you've gone off the rails, baby. Now you're stuck sitting here by the tracks, admiring the wreck around you. You just can't help it, looking at yourself. The sum total of your accomplishments. You're just stuck here, in the half-world. Could try looking at other people, really looking. But why would you want to start doing that?
Back to the other place. I'm looking at the people all the time.
Oh, baby boy, you're already in the other place. There's no nourishment for you tonight. Maybe tomorrow.
Maybe if you know, like, took a lot of drugs before you go to sleep, that'd do the trick. Maybe if you weren't so hard on yourself.
What do you think you're doing right now? Coming to some greater awareness? Look at all these lights, blinking in and out of existence. Thoughts! You're just pretending that you're asleep, even to yourself, while the world goes on without you.
Let it. Let it.
But it never seems to let you go, does it? Time to rise and wipe that shining sweat off as best you can. Gather your bearings. Rock and roll.
I wonder if I'm gonna wake up in the dream world again. Ah, no. That's too bad. Ah, there he is.
Yes?
Okay, so what's in the menu today? Wait, you guys are new.
The woman in an RCM patrol officer's uniform winces as she notices you.
I would really prefer not to talk to you right now.
A patrol officer is the lowest rank in the RCM, below lieutenant and sergeant.
Yes, I am.
I'm a cop too?
Here's the real deal.
Why, Kim, why you gotta put me on blast like that?
I'm definitely not the cavalry.
Is everything alright? Why don't you want to talk to me?
I don't know. I mean, why would I want to talk to you?
If I wronged you, I've done that to a lot of people.
You haven't wronged me. It's okay.
Something changes in her. It's pity. Pity comes over her.
Okay, fine. Let's talk. What did you want? What precinct?
Am I from? God, he doesn't know.
Fucking deranged lunatic.
I don't know what to say.
Don't say anything, Judith. Me? No. I'm just a man with sunglasses. I like wearing sunglasses inside. Sunglasses and a fucking wig.
I'm just looking out for...
You?
No one. I'm just a man with sunglasses. And you are?
Yes. A policewoman who just wants to do her job. That's all.
What's this dude's
like shit.
problem?
And I don't mean that as a metaphor. Oh, don't be so modest. We're looking at several months worth of damage here. Kind of a miracle you're still up and at it, to be honest.
Man with sunglasses not as cool as man from Yelmdal.
Oh, come on, Jean. It looks like it's been a rough week on him.
It's not just this week. What you want?
Don't even try to win him over. You won't. You know what it is. It's like the two of you know each other. Just ask him.
Do you know me from somewhere?
I definitely know you from somewhere.
Another life.
From where?
Yes,
from another life?
From another life. A different life. Maybe the life of a police officer belonging to the ranks of the... To what station do you think you would belong in this alternate and totally fictional reality?
69.
He seems to be observing you through the reflective glass of his eyewear. There's no reply. Perhaps repeat it?
69.
Repeating it gets no reaction from the man with the sunglasses. Suddenly, the world is very quiet.
I think even in this fictional reality, the 57th would still be my station.
My condolences. Go ahead. Have another guess. Okay. That's plausible. That's entirely plausible. Now we're really getting somewhere. Somewhere good.
I'm not getting involved in this.
It's not my style, he thinks, glancing at the man in sunglasses and the woman beside him. Oh boy, they're mad at him. No wonder. He just doesn't recognize them.
Okay. Oh, no. You see, I enjoy watching other better cops solve crimes. And let me tell you, it's been quite a privilege seeing you work.
This isn't helping.
You're not going to believe this, but... Police officers. Yes, sir. Solving crimes, locking up bad guys, and get this, and not getting that drink on at 2 o'clock.
I haven't touched alcohol in 2 whole ass days,
Just some
my dude.
regular boring motherfuckers in suits and uniforms. Nothing spectacularly extravagant like you, the far-out son of Lang. Let's be crazy. Let's say you and I are partners. How's that for a thought experiment? Would you now, or would I be cramping your style? Never mind. Partner.
Kim's my partner. He's going to
I'm not
know.
your partner. This union is temporary.
Oh, you don't put me on blast like that, Kim.
A little premonition for you, Lieutenant. Sooner or later, Probably sooner. Your new friend tells you he doesn't need you. He will then suggest you should fuck off. When that happens, I suggest you take his advice.
The lieutenant merely bows his head in response.
Oh, it's you, you eccentric genius. I mean, with your unorthodox approach to police work, it has to be you. Not even a little bit.
It's an urban myth about an officer who is so far undercover he can't remember who he is. As I said, just an urban myth. You are not the son of Lang.
He's trying to protect you from further rough handling, dished out by the sunglassed man.
Neither can I, partner. Neither can I.
It's a mere second, but it feels like you saw something. A gram of compassion in that sadness.
About what? You don't look like a cop. You know what you look like?
A prophet.
Not the prophet shit again.
He didn't answer your question.
No.
Why not?
Because it's not my job. Why don't you go and fucking do yours and solve this damn hanging?
Maybe you want to hear me say things?
Actually, I don't want to hear you say things.
Come on, Jean.
Okay, say things. I want to hear you say things.
Hear that? He wants you to say things. Say one. Suddenly, out of nowhere, case-related things start popping up in your head.
Ooh. Do I blow this right open?
So, do you know who hanged him? Yeah, I can see that. I don't know. Why are you?
Who knows why we do the things we do? Somehow, bouncing those ideas off the man with sunglasses felt calming. Like you've done it before.
Oh my god, there's more. You want something more? Okay, why not? You think he was hanged as a cover-up?
Basically,
okay.
Yes.
Well, I don't know. Oh my god, there's more. Watch out for yourself, loser.
That voice, so very familiar. Did you hear it when calling to your station and reporting your badge missing?
Yes, we did.
Oh really? I wonder where. That's the where you remember me from? You don't say. Goodbye then. The voice thing was a coincidence. Run along, asshole.
Alright. Well, if you don't wanna...
Okay. The man with the sunglasses and his hypothetical Station 41. Weird, right? There's
Super weird.
something missing here. Something you can't put our finger on. You know what? Just ask him. I know it sounds crazy, and you'll probably get laughed at.
I was thinking the same thing. I should ask him if we're from the same station.
Yes. Just cross it off the list. It's probably not true, though.
Let's just pester this man until he gives
I
in.
can't believe this shit. I'm going to say no. Just to see what you'll say to that. What, okay?
Jean, he said okay. Give it a rest.
Okay. I was clearly wrong. He is a firefighter, male nurse, animal control agent. Something of that kind. Not a cop. Go on with your cop work. Don't let me stop you again.
You mean just stop me anytime,
Yes.
I guess? Okay, so what's in the menu? Let's start with...
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here. Again, just get the dead guy's autograph, since you're his biggest fan.
Good one, Titus.
How does the bullet in the head factor into this?
There was a bullet in the dead man's brain. Why was it there if you hanged him?
How the fuck do I know? Anyone could have shot him. Target practice, maybe.
This line of questioning is over. You got the cause of death already? Hanging. If there's any post-mortem trauma, it's your problem.
I'm going to hand Elizabeth over to Kuno so we can have a conversation here without her interrupting every single line.
This was a good move. Also, notice how Titus doesn't like her much, especially when she's calling the shots.
About fucking time. You still on about that bullet? A bullet in a hangman's head. You're right, Copper. That is mighty curious.
Who are you covering up for?
Indeed. Mighty. How did it get there?
Well, there are so many bullets in the world, and so many heads.
I mean, logic is sound.
I guess it's a little logical. At some point, one of them bullets had to end up in one of them heads.
It's bound to happen again, you know? Just statistically speaking, of course.
Wow! He's got it in a real evidence bag and all!
Almost like I'm a police officer investigating a murder.
Why don't you go home and log it into evidence? These men have told you what happened.
Elizabeth, can you please shut up?
You know what I think? I think he was shot in the head as a kid, and his brain grew around the bullet.
Around the bullet, man. That's a good one.
They're only pretending to enjoy this. Beneath the act, they don't like you knowing this.
Did you guys shoot him?
I probably did shoot him. I was drunk last night. You guys know me when I'm drunk.
Yeah, Glenn likes to shoot his guns when he's drunk. Better hope he stays sober.
No, he meant before he was hanged. Did you shoot him before you hanged him?
Before? After? During? This is getting ridiculous. They told you what happened. Stop wasting your time.
She is so frustrating to deal with. Like, there is no real authority that they have. It's just this sort of idea that they have that they're invulnerable to everything. And as Elizabeth is acting as a sort of intermediary, but nobody wants her there. She's likely placed there to ensure that these boys don't accidentally, like, reveal information that might incriminate somebody of the Union. If it's an actual cover-up?
Never been worried in my life, Lawman.
It's not like you blew it wide open, but there's a little crack in there, somewhere.
Where's the 8th Hardy Boy?
What are you talking about, madman? There's no 8th Hardy Boy. There's 7 of us and we're all here.
Ooh, well, thank you very much for the confirmation.
Or what? You want to be the 8th Hardy Boy? We ain't hiring.
Actually, boss, we've been talking and we think she could maybe...
And Tor, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it.
This person Glenn wants to hire, he really respects her.
Shut the fuck up, Glenn! I do the talking here. Now what the fuck do you want, cop?
So let me get this straight. There is an 8th Hardy Boy. It's a she, and you don't like us talking about her?
That's right. We're not talking about this. This is a private Hardy Boys matter. Nothing to do with your shit. And you're not cops here. Don't go digging around if you don't want a bullet in the back of your head. I'm watching you.
Good. We are all watching each other. Officer, your question.
There's no point in pushing it further, he thinks. This is already a victory. We'll learn more about this 8th Hardy sooner or later.
Oh, wait, this is actually not a bad idea.
Like hell you have. There is no local drug trade. This place is as clean as a rifle. Go back to Jamrock and ask the local junkies how clean your streets are in Precinct 41 Kilos.
We'll do that. In the meantime, did you know that there's an abandoned lorry at the intersection that was used to move raw ingredients for drugs from Terminal B to Jamrock? The person driving it was present at the hanging. It was one of you. We've connected the footprints. Detective, do you want to deliver the coup de grâce?
No, the thunder is his. Leave it to the lieutenant.
Thank you. You're right, Titus. There is no local drug trade because it's all controlled by you. You're the drug trade.
That's a mighty interesting theory. I guess that's what you would need to do, theoretically. A big, strong, state-run monopoly would outcompete the runts on the street.
Yeah, man. Theoretically, that's what you would do. To get rid of the gangs, the dealers, even some of the junkies.
You would need good, trustworthy people to take their place, of course. Hardy men to run such a monopoly. For the good of the community, of course. Thank you. Theoretically, of course. Thank you. Theoretically.
He seems genuinely surprised at your response. In a good way.
Titus, I'm amazed. Where is the same professionalism when it comes to other topics? You're doing great. I hardly have to interfere at all.
I don't know, Lizzie. I guess theoretical things don't make me emotional. Now, was there anything else? I was sorta gonna get my brewski on.
Not quite yet, Mr. Hardy. There were 8 sets of prints on the crime scene. There are only 7 Hardy boys here.
The 8th Hardy? The one who's missing? She runs the thing, right?
My answer is... fuck off. Mind your own business. There is no 8th Hardy. I run this goddamn scene.
Whoops. Got him right there. I guess. This goddamn idiot. Oh, man.
Finally, you got something out of him.
Oh my god!
Oh, that was such a whoops moment. Also, wasn't it rumored that they're gonna work on a Disco Elysium TV show? I'm really curious how they're gonna manage that. Like, it's a narrative that's so intrinsically shaped to be a video game. Like, how would you make something more out of this? Like a novel or anything other than a video game? Like, how would that work?
And here we go. Back to the usual.
Yeah, they did. I don't remember what the reason was, though, but there was a pretty big, kind of ironic thing surrounding Disco Elysium that made the developers leave, some of the developers leave, if not all.
I know! Fatty walked on all 4s. He's so fucking fat he left 2 sets of footprints!
Go fuck your mom, Dennis.
That's more like it, boys. You heard him. It was Angus on all 4s. Anything else you need to know?
Yeah. By friends, you mean his squad mates from Crenell.
Wouldn't want to beat up his grandma.
Nervous, snickering. There's a rush of adrenaline present.
They were forming some kind of tribunal and they're coming for you?
This is what happens if you take the law into your own hands. Other people start doing it too.
Let them come. The Hardy Boys are right fucking here.
Ooh, but Oh wait, no, that's not a bad thing.
You heard the man. Right here. We're armed. We got the whole district behind us. And Glenn. Glenn is fucking crazy.
Yeah. A well-oiled murder machine.
Wait, on a scale of 1 to Kuno, how crazy we talking?
The mood is on the rise. They're feeling confident, ready to punch out the whole Merc platoon.
Big fucking surprise. They hire psycho scum, arm them to the teeth, and let them loose in the city. What do you think is gonna happen?
Hi-Fi Rush is great, and that was published by Bethesda. Well, publishers usually don't have a lot to do with the development of a game. They usually ensure that the product gets to the consumer. That's what they're there for. Usually only changes that a publisher generally makes, unless they have their hooks and claws in the development process, is it's basically to ensure that it adheres to like ESRB ratings and stuff like that.
He's really prepped himself up for this. He has to keep the fear in check.
So are the local gangs. The fucking Barmy Army and the Madre scum. You've been out there. Seen any around?
Yeah. Where are they now, huh? Sent back to Madre in an airtight cargo crate.
These people are trained military professionals. Special forces, as you said. They're not a gang or Barmy Army.
No, they're not. They're uncoordinated and drunk. We know more about them than you think. We got weapons of our own. We got Ister 50s, Zilagars. Glenn's got a knock cannon at home. I guess we're gonna see, aren't we? Yeah, like you've been up against ceramic armor. You haven't even seen the whole suit, right? I've seen the whole fucking thing, and it didn't make him immortal. What do you mean, okay?
Okay, they're going to wipe you the fuck out.
No, they won't. Get out of here with your negative energy.
He really doesn't like you ruffling their feathers like that on what might be the eve of battle.
All he means is that the situation is serious.
No wonder you cops get shot to shit every day. Can't go to war with an attitude like that.
As you look around
Yes!
this room full of sweaty men, swearing, drinking, spitting out tobacco, does this look familiar? You believe the place was called Precinct 41. It was also filled with, almost exclusively, men. Sitting on desks, talking shit and wasting time. You seen Apricot, old Purdue's daughter? Asks Lieutenant McCoy. Uh-huh, replies Torson. The ass on that one. McCoy shakes his head in appreciation. A bit strange the old man named her Apricot, but, I mean, who am I to judge? Wanna hit the kebab joint?
Huh?
You must be are just like real cops, drinking beer and sitting around with your dicks in your hands.
Got a problem with beer now.
And like how he avoids the whole dick situation.
Not quite there yet. Push on.
Big fan of beer and jerking off instead of helping people. I have a beer problem, but not a problem with beer. Also have no idea how to do my job like you.
You saying we don't help people? I've been doing this job for 10 years. Martinez was a dump before we put this outfit together.
They don't know, man. They weren't here. We had 3 shootings a week, kids dead, fucking graffito everywhere. You cops haven't shown up since the 30s.
Congratulations on the graffito removal. All I see is you sitting around talking about Monica's titties. while there's a rape victim.
So what? What do you want from me? We took care of that fuck.
Don't let him drink that. One more push. Quick. Just don't antagonize him. You have this already.
Titus?
She stops mid-sentence. That's it. You got him. He's going to give it up, but on his terms.
You wanna help her, cop? Fine. I'm gonna let you help her. But you treat her with respect. If you don't, if you question her, harass her, a freight train of pain, buddy.
What is her name?
Glacia. I'm on due. She's staying here at the Whirling in Rags. A real pretty one. Silvery jumpsuit. Blonde. That's Amonju with an O-U.
Shit. The girl. The girl upstairs? That can't be her. She knows you drank so hard you forgot you were a cop.
Oh, it's her! It's definitely her! It's Miss Oranje, disco dancer!
Sure. Why not? You've probably seen her around.
You inexplicably
Wow!
after the victim's name, but no one notices. Your spine is too damn straight. None of these people would ever suspect you've met her.
Wow! How did I pass that check?
Whatever you do, do not tell him you know her. That would sound off.
Relationship? There was no fucking relationship. He raped her. That's their relationship.
You're gonna feel 100% at some point, and somehow it's gonna be the single most important role. That's how it's gonna be. Usually works the other way around. Did you break something again? Is the computer on fire? I hope not. We had that with the Dreamcast. I don't want a repeat of that. The whole house stank like burned chip for like a week.
Something is off here. His anger is possessive.
Was like that karaoke incident all over again. Or like some of the other girls he was harassing.
Okay, enough. All of this is irrelevant to your stated investigation.
He did it before we killed him. He's not gonna do it again. So what does it matter?
I still don't believe you guys killed him. I believe you hanged him.
It would help if we establish a timeline.
All right. 2 weeks, maybe? I don't know. I need another beer.
Here you go, boss.
I know her.
How well do you know her?
A small twitch in the corner of Kim's mouth. He has a hunch about what knowing means.
Well enough, Copper. We party. She's been here for a few months. You mean Revachol? Nah. Our Miss Oranje disco dancer is an immigrant or a drifter of some sort. Been staying over here over the winter.
Don't you give her any more trouble. She's just had some bad luck, that's all. Shut up, Angie. She doesn't need your help.
Titus gives them both a look. They fall silent. What's with all the silences? It's like these guys don't know how to feel about this. You should keep picking at it. And what was up with the partying she and Titus did? It sounded fun.
What do you think I meant?
Sex, drugs, and karaoke.
Yes, yes, and no. Got something to say about it? No, we just fucked. That's all. I'm not gonna give you any details if that's what you're after. So put your dick away.
He really went out of his way to seem comfortable with this topic. That's all you're gonna get for now.
Remember what I said. Freight train of pain.
We got a lot of information to work with there. But I will continue the investigation itself some other time. It's been a wild ride today. We learned a lot about the man of Helmdall. We are finally what I feel exactly. I feel like we're finally unraveling at least bits and pieces of inconsistencies in the narrative to kind of establish who we can blame for this. Because as I did not learn enough about cockatoos, that's true. And we finally dug out the bullet. That took us like what, 10 hours of in-game time to do that, so but next we need to establish things we need to establish still are who done did it. I'm starting to suspect that the lady has a little bit more to do with it, but that she is likely not acting on her own volition, or it was a personal matter that the mercenary got killed. Like, they frame it like that, but they also frame it in a way that allows you to kind of second guess that idea, if that makes sense. So I'm gonna guess with that it is either the lady that did it, or someone else entirely, or someone puppeteering the lady. And we're gonna get like a case blown wide open moment where you just go like, oh, I can't believe that happened. But it's really cool to kind of see the web of intricacies sort of interconnecting and expanding, and as more answers get unraveled and uncovered, the more questions get added on top of that. And it still remains compelling, right? Normally when you play a game like this, it can easily fall into the category where things become too obscure to kind of hook your investment and keep it there. But Disco Elysium's, up until this point at least, has done a magnificent job at keeping my attention on it at all times. And hey, Foxhound, hopefully you're doing well. And also on a different note, I made it to 5 hours. And my voice isn't completely gone. Hell yeah. Little on the rest of the week. Unfortunately, no stream on Friday. Joey's coming over and we're not gonna play some Tekken. So unfortunately, I won't be streaming that day. But I will be back on Monday with more Disco Elysium. So there's a little bit of time for people to catch up if they missed a bunch of streams. On top of that, also working on a little bit of a side thing for when we do, like, if we beat a game, I usually do like a little tweet review thingy. But ever since I started doing that, I wanted to do something more with it. So I'm working on a sort of page that allows me to basically present more reviews and stuff like that in the future, on top of like the videos and the streams, of course. Like, that's not going to change. This is just extra. But yeah, hopefully y'all had a good time. If you're new to the stream and had a good time, do consider hitting that follow button. And thank you all so much for being here. A special shout outs to Rat Clown Car. Thank you so much for the raid. Really appreciate it, dude. Thank you so much for trusting me with your community. And a special thank you to Loins Groovy as well. Thank you so much for the sub. I really freaking appreciate the continued support, dude. And I'll be back on, well, next Monday. It's going to be a while. So in advance, hopefully everybody has a wonderful weekend. And I'll see you all on the other side. If you're still craving some more content, I also have a YouTube channel where I post separate content, and I also have a Discord. So if you're interested in hanging out with the community outside of the stream, then consider joining there. And with that said, I'm going to be leaving y'all. So stay beautiful. Keep on gaming, dudes. And we'll see you all next time. Have a good one. Bye bye.